Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution, and thousands of Christian and minorities are being massacred by the head choppers, and fake news is trying to make up excuses knowing they backed them. We're going to get into that, but before we do, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, I warned this day would come. I knew the head choppers, they can't change their damn stripes. They always going to be head choppers, Revolutionary Salute family. But first, we're going to hear what some of the fake news got to say. They got to tell some truth, but they want to pretend like it's clashes and it's pro-Assad versus the Assad is gone. You have the Christians and the minorities trying to live to see another day. Then you got the head choppers trying to kill everybody.
Syria's interim leader is calling for national unity after days of clashes and revenge killings in areas traditionally loyal to the ousted President Bashar al-Assad. Ahmed al-Sharaa described the violence.
Now, see, whenever you hear the mainstream media journalists talk, they're going to try to bring up Assad because they know as soon as you bring up Assad, like they did with Gaddafi, like they did with Saddam, oh, that means these got to be evil people and they torture people so they deserve to die. They know what they're doing. This ain't no Assad loyalist. Nobody loyal to Assad. He fled the country. They don't give a damn about that man. These are Christians and the minorities, those who not head choppers. These are who these people are.
Coastal regions as an expected challenge. Well, a British-based war monitoring organisation says that more than 1,000 people have been killed over the past few days. Most of them.
You go back, anybody who's seen how they did Gaddafi, you see this is how they do. These terrorists are the same everywhere they go. Pack all their military equipment, bombard the city, surround the city, kill everybody in the city, drag everybody to the city. It's the same scenes, but these are the same people. These are radicals who believe in a certain way of Islam. And these people absolutely believe that if you don't convert immediately, you need to die at the edge of at the hands of the sword. These are the enslavers of the past. People like to talk about the slave trade and always forget the Arab slave trade, the big one. The big one. You see, one thing about those Arab slaves, I mentioned this yesterday, they used to like to castrate young black boys. You know what castration is? Turn them into what they call eunuchs. You know what that is? It de-sexes a young boy. Then they have sex with these young boys. Oh, yes, the head choppers. And they slavery. These disgusting punks and perverts that's been unleashed on the Christians.
Civilians who were shot dead by security forces. Now, they're trying to crush an armed rebellion in the province of Latakia, the heartland of Syria's Alawite minority, and a base of support from the former President Bashar al-Assad, who was deposed and fled the country in December. Well, our correspondent Lena Sinjab has more from Damascus.
Unfortunately, the number of the civilians killed over the past 2 days have risen to over 700 civilians from the Alawites community. I've spoken to people in the city of Banyas who assured me that now the official security forces have entered the cities and provided safe corridors for people to go to safe areas. All the testimonies that we've heard is that factions affiliated with the, with the official authorities have conducted the killing. Many of them were also foreign fighters. Some are Chechens. And now the official security forces, the defense ministry have blocked the highways leading to coastal cities to.
And see, this is another thing that they did. You see the African fighters, the Chechens, the Asian, they be dedicated killers because they want them to go back to Africa and kill all them people. They want them to go back to Russia, the Chechens, and do this shit in Russia. They want them to go back to China and do the same shit. So they let them breed somewhere. See, this is the thing the CIA been doing. So you heard what I just said? She just said a lot of the people committing the massacres are foreign fighters. Yeah, because the big ISIS boss Jelani, he called up the people who have no sympathy. See, some of the Syrian Arabs might not want to massacre other Syrians. Guess who don't give a fuck? They're foreign brothers. So they just turn their back while the foreigners come in and massacre every goddamn body, high on drugs. You know, CIA give them a nice little dope pack. So you can feel like Superman, you have no fear. We learned about these terrorists. That's why they be so emboldened and be yelling and screaming, and they out of their mind, bro. And they have no fear because they're on drugs.
To maintain calm. There are reports that some of the bodies today are being retrieved for burial, but there is a huge anger among people for this killing. The Alawites are scared because of what's happening, and the wider community in Syria are rejecting this kind of, killing on base of religion in revenge way. They're saying that the revolution they went out for, it is not represented by these kind of practices that are similar to Assad regime's practices on many Syrians. And they're calling on the government not only to prevent this, but to hold those who perpetrated the killing accountable and bring them to justice.
Lena, it's worth just reminding ourselves that who the Alawite community are, because, of course, this is a region which is described as a stronghold of the Alawites. And, of course, the Alawites are the religious grouping that the deposed President Bashar al-Assad comes from. So there's a lot of tension when it comes to what is happening.
Just in case you're confused and you think, oh, so they killing some innocent people. No, would you please tell the people who the Alawites are? They are a stronghold. They're tied to the ex-president, the dictator. Lady, he's gone. He's fled. You putting hits on these people, bro. These people are regular Christians, regular Muslims who don't want to head chop and put people into slavery. They don't want to have nothing to do with that. They don't want to kill you because you're not Muslim. These are these people are, you know. And she was, but they was part of the old regime. We know how they. We know how they did Saddam people, Gaddafi people. They're gonna try to kill every motherfucking body that disagree with them, as the head choppers do. But we warned them they was gonna do. Why wouldn't they do this? This is the ideology. If Giuliani, the head Al Qaeda ISIS boss who changed his stripes, now he got a suit and say he the president. If he don't let them have thousands of wives and thousands of concubines and kill and rape and pillage and plunder, they'll kill him. That's what they signed up for. They didn't sign up to play state and act like they're a legitimate nation. No. They want to massacre people who don't fall up under their idea of Islam.
Given that Assad has now been deposed and is currently in Russia.
Well, the Alawite community are offshore of Shiites, and former President Assad is from the Alawite community, and many of the members of the Alawite community have taken part in atrocities on Syria, on Syrians. Many are blamed for the killing, torture in prison, and are representative of the security apparatus. However, the wider community have nothing to do with any of the killing. In fact, many of the ones who were killed over the past 2 days already opposed Assad's power. But on Thursday, remnants of the Assad regime came out and said that they formed a rebellion against the current authorities. They've ambushed security forces, killing dozens of them, which called for retaliation and, by some members of the factions who are affiliated with the current authorities. Now, the wider mood inside Syria is to call for a Syria that represents all the communities, regardless of their background or religion, and that there shouldn't be any revenge killing. However, those who have blood on their hands from the Assad regime should be brought to justice. And now there are big calls now for those who have blood.
These people crazy. They think Al Qaeda and ISIS is going to form a nation where everybody will be treated different and women will have rights and freedom. What the hell is wrong with these people? You just had that under Assad, where the Christians and everybody can live and everybody don't got to die. They overthrew him, said there was a dictator. Put a real life dictator in power and then tell that brutal dictator, could you give people human rights and civil rights? These people crazy. No, they will not give you any of that. You're going to die if you're a Christian or a minority and you don't submit to the Islam. That's all your future is, death. We won. Now it's here.
Somewhat urgent. This is about the ongoing ethnic cleansing taking place across Syria, particularly villages along Syria's coastline. These are villages populated by ethnic and religious minorities, including Alawites and also Christians. The terrorist-led provisional government of Syria put into power by the United States, by its regional allies, including Israel, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. They are going village to village, house to house. They are rounding people up and they are executing them in the streets. There are hundreds of videos, each video with sometimes tens or scores of dead people piled up, littering a field, lining a street. The footage is out there. It is on X.
Before like some gangbangers walking up on people talking about what set you claim. Niggas know how they go. And once you say the wrong set or the wrong hood, not they set, not they hood, that's your ass. Well, that's what's going on in Syria. What's your religion? If you don't say you're a head chopper and an enslaver, that's your ass. And if you say, oh, I'm a Wahhabist radical like you, they gonna say, oh, well, tell us some of your deeds. Who you killed? Where you got any souvenirs? Read us some of the Quran. You don't know nothing they talking about. You see how they go? They know you lying, then you die.
Forewarned, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. There are videos and pictures of beheadings. And this is what everyone had warned about since 2011, when the U.S. began its proxy war against Syria to overthrow the government of President Bashar al-Assad. Everybody who had actually analyzed it and looked at the evidence could see that from the very beginning, very deliberately, starting all the way with preparations as far back as the Bush administration, I'm going to go over that in this video, they deliberately picked extremists they knew for a fact would go on a genocidal ethnic cleansing spree if ever they finally made it into power. They knew that, and they did it anyway. And that includes, for 4 years, under President Donald Trump, during his first term in office. And I'm going to go over all of that. Now, I want to point out the very deliberate hypocrisy the current U.S. administration is exhibiting regarding this ethnic cleansing. I have just done a video on this. This is Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, February 27, 2025, on Thailand's forced return of Uyghurs to China. This is President Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, complaining to Thailand because Thailand will not allow Uyghur terror suspects to travel onward, almost certainly to Turkey, where they will cross the border into Syria and join al-Qaeda, the very groups carrying out this ethnic cleansing in Syria right now as I speak. And he's condemning Thailand for sending these Uyghur terror suspects back to China because he claims China is carrying out a genocide against them. So he is fabricating claims of a genocide. There's not a single photo or video to substantiate, despite the U.S. making these claims for years. And he's ignoring an ongoing genocide. There are hundreds of photos and videos circulating online every single day since it began. So this is what I want to talk about. And I will start with this Guardian article here. This is the Western media admitting this. So if this is what the Western media is admitting, how much worse could it possibly be? It could be much worse than even this. So this is the Guardian. This is March 9th, 2025. More than 1,000 people killed in 2 days of clashes in Syria, War Monitor says. About 745 civilians.
Now, what they doing, because I listen to a lot of pathetic bullshit just to get a synopsis of how they trying to play this. Because they had to do something. They put them in power. What they're trying to say is, oh, a bunch of civilians were killed, but they was killed in the clashes. You see? They want you to think crossfire. While the terrorists is shooting at the real freedom fighters, the Syrians who rising up, who ain't going for their heads getting chopped and their women getting killed and enslaved and raped and their daughters getting brutalized and treated like sex slaves, because that's what's going on. They want you to think that all these civilians was killed in the crossfire. Hell no. You have a few channels telling the truth. No American, no European channels or America telling the truth that they was executed. These people were executed. They don't want to say they don't know. Executed. Children, women, elderly people, drug out their homes, executed.
among those killed in fighting in Latakia province between security forces and fighters loyal to former President Assad. And in this article, it says, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, a UK-based monitor, said 745 civilians were killed, mostly execution style. And that is what the videos are showing. Again, I urge caution. I have to look at it. I look at it so that you don't have to look at it. But if you insist, just be warned that you will not be able to unsee what you see. And that is exactly what the videos are depicting. Obvious civilians, including teenagers and elderly, being executed in the streets. They have no weapons. They're wearing civilian clothes. They are obviously civilians. And these are a blend of just ethnic cleansing and reprisal killings, collective punishment, which are all war crimes, by the way. They say 125 Syrian security forces and 148 Assad loyalists were also killed. Death tolls from the 2 days of fighting have varied wildly, with some estimates putting the final death toll even higher, and it's almost certainly higher. It is in the thousands. From what I have just seen, you can see more than hundreds of people dead. It has to be at least over 1,000 at this point. Fighting began on Thursday after fighters loyal to the ousted Assad regime ambushed security forces in Jableh in the coastal Latakia province. The wide-ranging coordinated assault was the biggest challenge to the country's Islamist authorities so far, and came 3 months after opposition fighters led by Islamist rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham toppled the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Hayat Tahrir al-Sham is a listed terrorist organization. According to the UN, the United States, all of Europe, Russia, China, the whole world agrees these are terrorists, and that they are the ones who are running Syria right now, and they're the ones overseeing this ethnic cleansing. And even before these clashes started, precipitating this ethnic cleansing, these reprisal attacks by the so-called government, which is HTS, terrorists, Al-Qaeda.
Revolutionary salute to our queen, good kid in a mad city, for the big donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the little queen. Salute to you. I know you're an honor.
Is it impossible to imagine that not just Assad loyalists, but pretty much everyone in the country who are not extremists are living in fear and perhaps don't want to live under a internationally recognized terrorist organization? Then the article says, to crush the rebellion, the Syrian government, which is HTS.
If you black, salute. You definitely got a problem on your hand. You definitely have a problem on your hand. People say, well, why black? Remember, they just put black people, these same people put them in cages in Libya and sold them on an auction block. Anybody can Google black people sold as slaves in Libya. I done lives on that. Sold them. It will shock you and piss you off how they sold on people on like the auction block of the ancestors. These people, the head choppers done it with the help of Barack Obama, the Congress. I say the congressional black shoe shiners never brought that up, never said a mumbling word, but they won't bring this shit up neither. All of these people acting like they Christians, they said a mumbling word because these people not white Christians. That's disgusting, bro. That's disgusting. In Syria, I told y'all this shit, bro. These people, this wicked, evil people, bro. Y'all let these people come do this in Syria? On the road to Damascus? Open up your fucking good book if you got one. This is nonsense, bro. And we live in a nation where these people are fake Christians. They're not spiritual at all. They use that to brutalize people. And now, when Christians being slaughtered on a mass scale by the head choppers, and what's said to be, what is that biblical land right there? Come on, they're not saying a motherfucking mumbling word, bro. It's real sin. You know how hard it's been on them Christians to stay in the Middle East as Christians. Do you understand that? And it wasn't never Saddam killing them. No, they killed Saddam, and then they was getting brutalized. It wasn't Gaddafi. He was protecting them. They whacked him. Then Christians got killed. It wasn't Bashar al-Assad doing this. I told y'all this. These people have been putting people in power who has been doing this shit to the Christians. The truth is stranger than fiction. Why are they doing this? I don't know. clash of the civilizations? I don't know what they're trying to start. But I told y'all, this type of bullshit will brew World War III because this will bait Putin back into the full force in the Middle East. That's what they want. That's what they want. So they can sick the head choppers on Russia and China. They want a big clash of the civilizations. And the only motherfucker who's standing up for the Christians around the world is Putin. That's a motherfucking fact.
Al-Qaeda in Syria called for reinforcements with thousands of fighters converging on Syria's coast from all over the country, though fighters were nominally under the auspices of the new Syrian government. Again, HTS, Al-Qaeda. Militias still persist, some of which have been implicated in past human rights abuses and are relatively undisciplined. They are terror. They're on a terrorist list all around the globe for a reason. That is all they do, is engage in human rights violations. Videos showed dozens of people in civilian clothes piled up. So they're saying videos showed, almost every individual video showed dozens of people in civilian clothes piled up dead. They're talking about a specific town where more than 40 people were killed at one time, according to the Syrian Network for Human Rights. Other videos showed fighters wearing security uniforms, executing people point blank, ordering men to bark like dogs, and beating captives. And then, of course, killing them. Well, I have not actually seen a video where any of these people escape with their life. They're all humiliated, tortured, and then executed brutally. And it's not just Alawite Muslims, Assad loyalists being targeted here. It's also Christians. There's actually a number of ethnic minorities, ethnic and religious minorities being targeted. It includes Syria's ancient Christian communities. We have this article from Reuters that actually mentions it. All of these.
Remember, these people, I'll never forget this when I first started studying this, when Barack Obama sicked these people on Bashar al-Assad and on Libya, and I started paying attention. These terrorists are the same. They like any statue, any holy relic, any type of type of ancestral books. They like to burn books. This is stuff you hear about history. These people trying to erase history so other people can claim other people's history, our history. I'll never forget these people say they was looking for the tomb of John the Baptist in Syria. Now, whether or not, some people will debate whether or not John the Baptist's tomb is even in Syria. That's not the point. It is said, if you Google it, the whole world says John the Baptist, his head, his body, his head, something, all that, that's in Syria. These people say they was looking to find it and burn it because that's blasphemy and all that type of shit. You see, these type of people is trying to go to historical sites and destroy them. These people trying to erase history. Well, who you think telling them to do that? Who getting them to do that? Well, who pay them? Who fund them?
These links will be in the video description below. But more than 1,000 killed in Syrian crackdown on Alawite region, War Monitor says. And if you scroll down, they talk about Christians along with Alawites fleeing their homes, fearing for their lives. So there's obviously a reason why Christians feel they could be targeted next, because they probably are being targeted. And it's convenient for the Western media, who played a direct role in precipitating this catastrophe very deliberately in the first place. It's very convenient for them to pretend that this is just targeting Assad support. It's a way of justifying what is ethnic cleansing and brutality against unarmed civilians, something that they had always accused the Syrian government of to justify the U.S. proxy war against it in the first place. This Guardian article also mentioned Syria's transitional president, Ahmad al-Shara, who is also known as Mohammed al-Jolani. So he is constantly being rebranded by the collective West, because once someone figures out who he actually is, they start asking questions about why is this man president? Why are we meeting with him? Why have we been supporting him all of these years? He is literally a terrorist. Let me show you how literally a terrorist he is. He is the leader of HTS. If you go to
this man, the biggest terrorist since Bin Laden. And Bin Laden ain't really put in no work like Giuliani. Bin Laden was just a figurehead told. He ain't bust no guns. He ain't cut nobody throat. He ain't shot nobody. Bin Laden. Giuliani have. Giuliani have cut a lot of throats, chopped people head off his goddamn self and held their head up. Giuliani have killed thousands of people. So when we talk about who the real big dog terrorist, it's Giuliani. The one that they let put a suit on and then say, nah, he changed his ways and he want to try to make a government that's inclusive and all bullshit. All nonsense. It is outrageous what these people is doing right before our eyes.
The current U.S. Department of State's website, their foreign terrorist organizations list, and you scroll down, al-Nusra Front, aka Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is listed. It's been on the list since May 2014. It is still on the list. It's not been removed.
And this nigga killed American soldiers in Iraq. This nigga was torturing American soldiers. He killed British soldiers. He killed European soldiers. When they talk about killed Americans, Giuliani killed plenty of Americans. They don't give a damn about them troops. They only use that when they want to use it. They talk about Iran killed American soldiers, so it's war forever. Giuliani killed American soldiers. Now they're shaking his hand and saying, let's give him a chance to see what type of president he will be.
There's also this BBC article that talks about Giuliani, the current head of the Syrian transitional government, who is also the head of al-Qaeda in Syria. Who are the rebels in Syria? This was from December 2024 as they were overthrowing the government with U.S., Turkish, Israeli, Persian Gulf state backing. And the article says, HTS was set up under a different name, Jabhat al-Nusra, in 2011 as a direct affiliate of al-Qaeda. The leader of the self-styled Islamic State group, al-Baghdadi, was also involved in its formation. So undeniably a terrorist organization. It is ISIS al-Qaeda. It was regarded as one of the most effective and deadly of the groups ranged against President Assad. It was prescribed as a terrorist group by the UN, the US, Turkey, and other countries. And it remains so to this day. I just showed you it on the US State Department's list. They have to ask yourself, if the US admits that it spent billions of dollars every single year from 2011 onward, arming so-called moderate rebels, arming them, supplying them with equipment, Toyota pickup trucks, all kinds of training, how is it that al-Qaeda ended up the most effective and deadly organization on the battlefield? I'll tell you, the simple answer is there were never any moderate rebels ever. From the very beginning, the U.S. deliberately armed extremists. They couldn't say that that's what they were doing. They claimed they were funding and backing moderate rebels. And then somehow all of this all of this money and material support was somehow just accidentally getting into the hands of these extremists. But I have an article for you from 2007, which laid out this entire plan long before it unfolded. This is the New Yorker. This is by legendary journalist Seymour Hersh. 2007 is titled The Redirection, a Strategic Shift. And it says right here, and I want you to look at this very carefully, to undermine Iran, which is predominantly Shia. The Bush administration has decided, in effect, to reconfigure its priorities in the Middle East. In Lebanon, the administration has cooperated with Saudi Arabia's government, which is Sunni, in clandestine operations that are intended to weaken Hezbollah, the Shia organization that is backed by Iran. The U.S. has also taken part in clandestine operations aimed at Iran and its ally Syria. A byproduct of these activities has been the bolstering of Sunni extremist groups that espouse the militant version of Islam and are hostile to America and sympathetic to al-Qaeda, or are just outright literally al-Qaeda or al-Qaeda affiliates. And the rest of the article is all about how this was all being put into place. It mentions the Muslim Brotherhood. As I've pointed out many times before, Muslim Brotherhood has been a key instrument of first British imperial power across the Arab world and now American power over the Arab world. The point of me going over all of this, going all the way back to 2007, is to show you how deliberate this all was. They knew these extremists, they wanted to approach, arm back, prepare these extremists to fight and eventually overthrow these governments. And they knew, even back then, they knew that if they succeeded, they would carry out an ethnic bloodbath, which is exactly what is happening now. And by the way, I began this video talking about Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his hypocrisy complaining about a non-existent genocide he claims is taking place against Uyghur terror suspects, while remaining silent on this bloodbath taking place in Syria and also the genocide taking place in Palestine. I want to also point out that these Uyghurs that Secretary Rubio was defending are among the militants carrying out this ethnic cleansing. And I just want to show you this Economist article from January this year. Militant Uyghurs in Syria threaten the Chinese government. How much does China have to fear? And it says in the 2010s, many Uyghurs traveled to Turkey where they struggled. Across the border in war-torn Syria, rebels in control of the area around Idlib offered the Uyghurs a haven. It is not known exactly how many went. Most were civilians, but in 2017, Mr. Assad's ambassador to China said that about 4,000 to 5,000 Uyghurs were fighting in Syria. Some of these Uyghur militants joined the Islamic State. A majority, though, are associated with the Turkish Islamic Party, also known as the East Turkestan Islamic Movement, ETIM. When Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the dominant rebel group in Syria, took Aleppo in a surprise attack on November 29th, it rolled into the city with TIP fighters. A week later, with Mr. Assad about to fall, Abdul Haq al-Turkestani, the TIP's leader, released a statement. The Chinese disbelievers will soon taste the same torment that the disbelievers in Syria have tasted, if God wills it, it read. And now they're fighting side by side, ISIS, al-Qaeda fighters carrying out ethnic cleansing of Alawite and Christians in the western part of Syria, its coastline along the Mediterranean Sea. Secretary Rubio defending these terrorists who are involved in this ethnic cleansing means the Trump administration isn't just silently complicit, it is actively defending at least some of these terrorists who are involved in human rights violations and actual genocide taking place in Syria right now. Now, about the Trump administration's silent complicity. We may remember this from December last year. Trump says Syria, not our fight. Staying out may not be so easy. So the BBC is basically saying President Trump wants to wash his hands of Syria. It's not America's fight. That's their problem over there. We have nothing to do with it. We have no reason to be involved. But at the same time, even as I'm speaking, the Trump administration is maintaining U.S. troops in Syria. The United States military under the Trump administration, by the direction of President Trump himself, have carried out strikes across Syria, just not these terrorists carrying out ethnic cleansing along Syria's coast right now as I'm speaking. I want to go over what the previous Trump administration did over the course of 4 years to help perpetuate this conflict and eventually precipitate the catastrophe that we see now taking place today, this week. We remember President Trump during his first administration swearing he was going to end all of President Obama's wars. He ended up not ending a single one of them. As a matter of fact, he attempted to start several new wars, including a war with Iran, with the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani, who up to his death, his assassination by the US, was actually fighting ISIS and al-Qaeda across the region. It's almost as if the US, regardless of who was president, was actively cultivating and protecting ISIS and al-Qaeda, not actually genuinely interested in stopping them. Of course, Trump supporters have told me that President Trump eliminated ISIS. So how could he possibly have been supporting ISIS? Well, ISIS is still active right now as I'm speaking. So obviously he did not. So let's go over some of the sanctions President Trump added to existing sanctions placed on Syria by the Obama administration, the continued occupation of Syria despite promises he would withdraw U.S. forces from Syria. They remain there to this day. And military operations carried out by the Trump administration during his first term in office meant to continue undermining the Syrian government and its ability to regain control over its country and end the fighting, to prevent this very outcome we see unfolding right now. So we have this from 2020. This was the Trump administration, the U.S. Department of State. Caesar Syria Civilian Protection Act. This was a bunch of lies the Trump administration was telling about abuses under the Syrian government and all of the economic sanctions. Those fabricated claims were being used as a pretext to justify. And the goal always was to just hollow out, cripple, destroy the Syrian economy to precipitate the collapse of the Syrian government. And that is exactly what ended up happening, just not under the Trump administration. It ended up finally happening in 2024, December 2024, under the Biden administration. There's also the military strikes the Trump administration had been carrying out, again, to attack and undermine Syrian military capabilities, to help precipitate the collapse of the government, to precipitate the very catastrophe we see unfolding today. So this was NBC News. This was 2018. Trump announces strikes on Syria following suspected chemical weapons attack by Assad forces. There is zero evidence that Syria even had chemical weapons, let alone were using them to carry out strikes. And this was just a redux of the Iraq WMD lies that were told by the Bush administration to justify the otherwise illegal invasion occupation of Iraq from 2003, continuing all the way to this day, including under now 2 Trump administrations. Do we remember this one? President Trump promising to withdraw U.S. troops. Trump supporters telling me that, well, he wanted to, but the deep state sabotaged him. But every time someone would ask President Trump about U.S. troops in Syria, he would say, they're there to take the oil. And so we have articles like this. Trump contradicts aides and says troops in Syria only for oil. Do you remember that? Do you remember him making these claims?
We're keeping the oil. We have the oil. The oil is secure. We left troops behind only for the oil.
There were even articles like this. U.S. troops leaving Syria will go to Iraq, says Pentagon chief.Maybe there was a partial withdrawal, but U.S. troops continued because now, today, February 2025, this is NBC News. Defense Department drafting plans to withdraw all U.S. troops from Syria after recent Trump comments. So he said all throughout his first administration, he was going to withdraw U.S. troops from Syria. He never did it. And when asked about it, he said they're there to take the oil. And now he's doing the exact same thing all over again. Although it's much more likely that U.S. troops will be withdrawn now because the mission has been accomplished. Syria has been completely destroyed. So it's only a matter of what the U.S. wants to do next and whether keeping troops there in Syria helps expedite that. And finally, I want to go over this from U.S. Central Command, February 22nd, 2025. So this was just last month. CENTCOM forces kill al-Qaeda affiliate in northwest Syria. So the U.S. military, under the command of U.S. President Donald Trump, carried out strikes to kill an al-Qaeda leader in Syria. He says it's not his fight, it's none of America's business, but he's keeping the troops there. He's carrying out strikes across Syria. He just will not strike al-Jawlani, whose location is well known. He struts through Damascus. He meets with Western leaders. At any time of President Trump's choosing, he could drop a bomb on al-Jawlani's head, the head of al-Qaeda in Syria, a listed terrorist organization by the current U.S. State Department right here. But he's not doing it, and he's most likely not going to do it. And finally, I want to go back to what I started this video talking about. Secretary of State Marco Rubio complaining to Thailand and China about these Uyghur terrorists, claiming they're being genocided while these Uyghur terrorists themselves are actually engaged in real terrorism. I showed you this at the beginning of the video. This was a statement from Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. This was also accompanied by a security alert. It says, on 27 February 2025, the Royal Thai government deported a group of 45 Uyghur asylees to China. Similar deportations have prompted violent retaliatory attacks in the past. What they actually meant to say was terrorism. most notably in the wake of the 2015 deportation of Uyghurs from Thailand. Improvised explosive devices detonated at the Erawan Shrine in Bangkok, killing 20 people and injuring 125 others, as this shrine is heavily visited by tourists from China. So civilians, that is a terrorist attack. But President Donald Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is incapable of just saying it's a terrorist attack because he's defending these terrorists. And the United States, all along, has been using them as a tool to advance U.S. geopolitical objectives. And they're doing it to this very day. Now, that was the end of February. This was just last night. Bangkok Post, shock insurgent attack, kill, maim in Narathiwat, Patani. 3 dead, at least 13 injured. There were massive bombs that went off. You can see the destruction in just this one scene. The article says, black clad insurgents spread chaos at the border city on Saturday night, throwing bombs and shooting at the district office, killing 2 defense volunteers, wounding 11 others, and detonating explosives beside a railway track and outside a mall. So that was deliberately targeting civilians, places civilians would be. A security patrol was also attacked in adjoining Patani province, leaving 1 ranger dead and wounding 2 local officials. A pickup fully loaded with armed men wearing black clothing stopped outside the district office at 7:10 p.m. The attackers dismounted, threw bombs at the office building, and sprayed bullets at security volunteers on duty, and then sped off in the same vehicle they arrived in. They also detonated explosives hidden in a car and a motorcycle parked outside the district office compound. There is violence that takes place in the Deep South, but attacks this large and coordinated are extremely rare. And is it a coincidence that it has taken place just a few days after this veiled, not so veiled threat by the U.S. Secretary of State in the defense of terrorists, Uyghur terrorists who are involved in the ethnic cleansing taking place in Syria that I have just described to you in this video? The most concerning aspect of this terrorist attack in the Deep South is it is most likely not the full extent of this reprisal terrorism the U.S. has warned Thailand will suffer for disobeying U.S. demands. And again, the U.S. Embassy itself pointed out that in 2015, there was a large, high-profile terrorist attack in downtown Bangkok. So it's most likely something like that is also on its way, in addition to an uptick in the violence in the Deep South, which is also Western-backed separatism, has always been, and there are separatist movements the U.S. Has been backing and still to this day is backing, including in the wake of dismantling USAID and NED. All of the groups that were being supported by those organizations are still operating and still pursuing the division and destruction of Thailand, just like they have done to Syria now. So this is very serious. This affects everybody. You might not care what's going on in Syria today, but eventually it's going to come around to a place you do care about. The real reason I'm making this video is because regardless of how you feel about President Donald Trump and his administration, you can tag him, his administration, pro-Trump media, all across social media, and you could demand that they speak up about this. You could ask them why President Trump is dropping bombs on the head of some Al-Qaeda second-tier leader somewhere in rural Syria, but he's not dropping a head on al-Jawlani, the head of Al-Qaeda in Syria. You can ask him that, and you can take his silence or his excuses as evidence of what I have been warning about all along: continuity of agenda, the reality that nothing is going to change by lending your support to this administration. This is evidence to help you understand that, accept that, and start thinking about what else you could do to get the change that you so deeply desire, the change that I so deeply desire. I am going to continue talking about this, even if the Trump administration refuses to, even if pro-Trump media refuses to talk about this or hold the Trump administration accountable. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share.
Right, so the ongoing conflict that has been breaking out in Syria between the new administration of formerly al-Qaeda cast-offs led by Ahmed al-Sharaa, formerly known as al-Jawlani, and those opposed to his brutal and extremist ideals, no matter how much they might be supported by the West, has entered a new phase, marked by the emergence of the Military Council for the Liberation of Syria, or MCLS. This is a coalition of resistance forces fighting against both the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham HTS-led government of Ahmed al-Sharaa and the ongoing Israeli occupation of Syrian territory in the south. The rise of the MCLS, against a backdrop of the ongoing atrocities being committed by HTS forces and the complicity of Western powers in normalizing relations with Israel and the lifting of sanctions on the HTS-led administration at the same time this is happening, is a bit of a bad look. Very bad timing for the West. Shows how little the people of the Middle East caught in the middle seem to matter to them. And with the media spinning like mad over this resistance, we need to shed a bit of light on the reality surrounding the formation of the new resistance movement that is now growing in Syria, and the urgent need for global attention of innocent lives being destroyed by the very people the West is supporting. Right, so the Military Council for the Liberation of Syria, MCLS, let's start with them, shall we? Newly formed as they are in response for the most part due to the dual threats facing the Syrian people right now, which are the
revolutionary salute to our brother Ardo for getting his membership to the House of Revolution and helping us keep the lights on. Revolution is a way of life. You know, I absolutely appreciate that love, family. Salute to you.
The oppressive rule of the HTS-led government of Ahmed al-Sharaa and the continued Israeli occupation of Syrian territory in the south. Now, there will be those, as there often are on my Syrian vids, who will attack this for no other reason than it is critical of al-Sharaa, whose regime has replaced the oppression of the Assad regime. That doesn't make one good and one bad. If you're going to stand there and defend a bunch of media and Western politician rehabilitated terrorists, that probably says more about you than my content does. And if you're still doing that by the end of this video, then shame on you, quite frankly. Anyway, the MCLS represents a coalition of former Syrian Arab Army SAA members, local militias, civilian resistance groups, all united by a common goal: to liberate Syria from both the new internal tyranny of the new administration and external aggression such as that from Israel, but also Turkey, who are still attacking in the north of the country. Now, the MCLS's formation is a direct response to the failure of the HTS-led government to address the needs of the Syrian people, defending the country from Israel, who they still want diplomatic ties with, despite the ongoing invasion Israel is still carrying out in the south. Instead of rebuilding the war-torn nation following the fall of Assad, the HTS administration has instead prioritized consolidating its own power and persecuting ethnic and religious minorities, particularly Alawites, Christians, and Kurds. So much so Al-Qaeda, basically. The MCLS has positioned itself as a defender of these marginalized communities, vowing to end the sectarian violence and restore dignity to all Syrians. And the statement they issued upon formation spells this out. After the extremist jihadist terrorist regime, which is...
I already know Putin is telling Trump this is unacceptable. He didn't already warn them. He's not going to let the Christians be killed. He did not, but that's what they want. Imagine this. You see, the U.S. and NATO, they can't go in there and execute all the Christians they got themselves, because that just shows that who they really are to the world. Mad murderers and vicious lunatics. So they got their Al-Qaeda thugs to do it for them. They want to bait Putin and his army back in, and Iran back in to a big World War III in the Middle East. You see, get this out of Ukraine. You see, it's just a global chessboard. Get this out of Ukraine and get this into the Middle East. Because they already know Putin ain't going to be able to stand for all these Christians getting slaughtered like this for too much longer.
Has seized our homeland with the support of foreign powers and currently rules by imposing a de facto situation without any legal or constitutional legitimacy, has completely failed to protect the country and its citizens, leading to an unprecedented deterioration of security, economic, and humanitarian conditions in the history of our nation. And after our land has been violated by foreign forces, we, the leaders of the National Syrian Armed Forces, declare the establishment of the Military Council for the Liberation of Syria. This council represents the will of the free.
These revolutionaries who done rose up, you see, they used to be in the Syrian army. But see, this is what happened. This is a military strategy. It happened in Iraq when they toppled Saddam, and Saddam went underground. The Iraqi military just blended into the population, stored their weapons certain places, then guerrilla campaign ensued after that. So that's particularly what these people are doing. But So I'm pretty sure. You see, what you have again is a proxy war for now, because I'm pretty sure that Russia took a lot of Syrians into their base, because where a lot of the slaughtering was going on, they have a base there. But it's protocol for shit they can and can't do. They accepted a lot of the Christians into their base to give them shelter. But I'm pretty sure the revolutionaries, Russia, like, we can't fight this fight for y'all now, but here goes some weapons so y'all can carry out y'all guerrilla campaign until Putin work out the kinks and what exactly he's going to do about this.
Free Syrian people and aims to achieve the following objectives: the complete liberation of Syrian territory from all occupying and terrorist forces.
Hold on, revolutionary salute to our Queen Shannon G for the donation to the war chest. She said, I love you speak your view, Cord, and I love when y'all show up to the House of Revolution and support Big the y'all mean. Revolutionary way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
The overthrow of the current regime and the dismantling of its sectarian oppressive apparatus. The protection of the lives and property of Syrian citizens. The reconstruction of state institutions on national and democratic foundations. The preparation for the return of refugees and displaced persons to their homes. The establishment of a unified sovereign Syrian state that respects human rights and guarantees justice and equality for all its citizens. We affirm to our people that we do not seek power. Our sole objective is to liberate Syria and build a better future for its people. We call on all Syrians from all sects, regions, and ethnic backgrounds to join our ranks and stand with us in this historic phase. We also call on the international community to support the Syrian people's will for freedom from oppression and tyranny and to stand with us in achieving our noble goals. We believe that victory is ours and that Syria will once again be free, dignified, secure, stable, and prosperous. Given the Western support for HTS and the help they receive from the West and Israel to overthrow Assad, all on top of the persecution HTS have been meting out, you can kind of understand why many in Syria don't feel like they've had a choice. And the thought of 4 years or more of HTS carrying on like they are before elections get held is a lot more than many can bear to tolerate. The HTS-led government has committed egregious human rights violations, which have dramatically increased in recent days, including extrajudicial killings, forced disappearances, and the systematic targeting of minority groups. In the Alawite communities of Latakia and Jableh, HTS forces have carried out brutal crackdowns under the pretext of responding to protests against their rule. These protests were peaceful demonstrations against economic hardship and government attacks on minorities, but the response they have had has consisted of HTS forces responding with disproportionate violence, using live ammunition and arbitrary arrests to suppress dissent amongst civilians. HTS has exploited the protests as a pretext to intensify their persecution of minorities, and notably the Alawites, who have been historically associated with the former Assad regime, a regime, it has to be said, that no longer exists. Entire neighborhoods have been raided, with men, women, and children subjected to torture and summary executions. There is some graphic video footage that is making its way online and has been for several days. One clip I saw this morning during my research being that of an HTS militant literally executing a child, a young teen by the look of it, at point blank range. Now, I'm not going to forget that in a hurry. The killings across the country's coastal cities in western Syria have been ongoing. The places in question mainly being those of Latakia, Tartus, and Jableh, which have become flashpoints in the conflict between HTS forces and resistance forces. In Latakia, fierce clashes erupted after HTS security forces attempted to quell civilian protests by force. Allegedly, resistance fighters then ambushed HTS troops, killing several of them and seizing control of several key checkpoints. Similar clashes have been reported in Tartus and Jableh, where former Syrian Arab Army members and local militias have joined forces to resist more HTS oppression. The violence in these regions has only been exacerbated by the HTS administration's decision to impose curfews and deploy additional security forces, now effectively turning these cities into war zones, all because of civilian protest. That's all that started this. Free speech, apparently not allowed. Remind me again how this lot is supposed to be the good guys. The terrorists, it's Al Qaeda. Well, the Syrian people suffer under HTS oppression and Israeli occupation and invasion. Western powers have been complicit in perpetuating this crisis because, of course, they are. The United States, in particular, has been accused of pressuring Syria and Lebanon to normalize relations with Israel, despite the latter's ongoing invasion and occupation of both nations' territories, effectively rewarding Israel for its aggression. But that's a just bad, if not worse, move just happened from somewhere else. You see, in a move that has drawn little condemnation whatsoever, going woefully underreported, as it is. We know the narrative by now, don't we, the mainstream. The UK government have decided that, in their infinite wisdom, whilst HTS are clamping down on protest with lethal consequences, to now lift the sanctions on the HTS-led Syrian administration. Despite all the overwhelming evidence of HTS atrocities since they came to power and the ongoing persecution of minorities, not to mention the war zones they're literally now starting against civilian protests in their own country, now, according to the UK, is the time to lift sanctions, according to these political pygmies we have leading us in the UK. By lifting sanctions now, Keir Starmer and David Lammy have effectively legitimised the HTS regime at a time when it is carrying out increased atrocities against their own people. Remember that next time they choose to abuse the Terrorism Act to arrest someone here, calling atrocity over there out in the UK again. Mainstream media coverage of the conflict has also been marked by bias and misinformation, often framing these resistance groups that have popped out, like MCIS, as Assad affiliated or regime loyalists, implying the former regime, the regime that is not there anymore, the regime.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Brooklyn Zoo for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
That is no longer in existence. The Assad regime, which is no longer in power, no longer a thing. The Assad's no longer even in the country. This narrative minimizes the importance of the Syrian people themselves, who are being subjected to this violence and this persecution, and the resistance that is being driven by a diverse coalition of groups who are united by their opposition to HTS and Israeli aggression, not to a former regime that no longer exists. It's stupid. In contrast to mainstream media, though, we don't need them because independent organizations such as the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, or SOHR, exist, and they have been providing critical insights into this conflict. Their reports have documented the scale of HTS atrocities, the growth of the resistance, and the humanitarian impact of this crisis. These reports are essential for really understanding what is actually going on in this conflict and holding the real perpetrators accountable. A recent quote from them that came this morning, saying from the director of the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, as an example, that in the coastal Fitna battle, the number of casualties is horrific, with the death toll currently surpassing 400 people. 193 civilians were killed in several massacres along the Syrian coast and in the mountains of Latakia, including Jabal, Banias and Hama. Over 200 fighters, including 90 from internal security forces and Ministry of Defense units, were targeted systematically at checkpoints in several Syrian regions. But when was the last time you heard a mainstream outlet cite the SOHR, though? The work of organizations like the SOHR, the reality of the situation on the ground, gets buried by the dominance of mainstream media narratives and the spin they put on such stories. It is crucial for more and more people to seek out and support independent news sources without any of that nonsense, and be more critical of the news they are being fed by others. The rise of the Military Council for the Liberation of Syria and other groups resisting the new Syrian regime points out the sadly inevitable result of yet more Western interference in destabilizing a country, because instead of recovering from years of civil war as Syria should be now, Syria appears to be slipping back into it. Now they are governed by a bunch of terrorists with their own roots in Al-Qaeda. The situation in Syria is another reminder to all of us of the consequences of unchecked aggression, sectarian violence, and manipulation by foreign governments uninterested in the people affected, but only their own selfish goals. We've seen it happen again and again: Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, and more, where the West never sticks around to stabilize a country, creating a breeding ground instead for terrorism. I suppose Syria is only different because they literally put the terrorists in power to begin with. So how bad are things going to get there yet, given that they've been given that kind of a head start there? But on top of aggression by HTS, there also comes incompetence. Al-Shara's seemingly unwavering support for forming ties with Israel, now having seen him attacking more and more minorities for daring to form militias themselves against those Israeli forces bearing down on them in the south. The trouble is, attacking these minorities is exactly the justification Israel are using to invade HTS-led Syria. So the stupidity of this move is just mind-blowing. Check out all the details of that story in this video recommendation here as your suggested next watch. Please.
You're aware of recent events in the last 24 hours, the uprising by the Alawites, the brutal crushing, the killing, the mass killing by Hayat Tahrir Sham in the villages, the way it's gone. I mean, things went ballistic at 5 a.m. yesterday. That's 5 a.m. It's now Saturday, 5 a.m. on Friday. But the things happened very quickly from then. But this started in one of the villages in the district of Jableh, the last town before Qadaha in Latakia. Okay, so it started on Thursday. There were patrols going into the villages. There have been patrols going into the villages. On Thursday, an HTS, a Hayat Tahrir Sham patrol, went to one village, and this was one of the villages where the Tiger forces of Suhail al-Hassan, the Tiger forces are a tough militia type group that fought with Bashar al-Assad. The Tiger forces were there.
Tiger forces wasn't a militia. Tiger forces was one of the best fighting forces in the Syrian Arab army. I remember them kicking Al-Qaeda and ISIS ass all over the place.
Their home, Suhail al-Hassan's home village. They went to arrest people, and they did it in a provocative way, and the patrol was disarmed, beaten up, and sent back with no weapons.
You see?
So
see how that happened? Because the Tiger forces, they got guns stashed everywhere. They knew this day would come. They not Bashar al-Assad lawless. They just was protecting the Syrian Arab people. They're part of the army. They're gonna keep branching. But see what happened? So I like this guy. They were the terrorists beat up, disarmed, kicked in the ass. They man, get the hell out of here. Y'all mean y'all finna arrest us, man? We already gotta tolerate your terrorists that took over the country. And so I guess this was then I guess the terrorists sent some more flunkies, and they were ambushed and brutally whacked. And then that set the terrorists off. Then they just started massacring everybody.
So the HTS obviously returned with many other people, and the local people retaliated. Now, Jableh is the place where more officers of the Syrian army come from than anywhere else, more than from Tartus or anywhere. Jableh was the recruiting ground. Very poor area. You know, even under Bashar al-Assad, kept poor. Now, these, extraordinary, isn't it? These people were hungry. They had no salaries. They used to get $40 a month or whatever. They had no salaries. They were grumpy. And they fought back against HTS. Now, meanwhile, in the town of Jableh, you have a Sunni minority, a significant Sunni minority. So what was happening in the villages, in the Alawite villages, fueled the anger of the Sunnis in Jableh. And then they squealed to HTS, and HTS, this led to a stronger intervention by Hayat Tahrir Sham, and they sent the non-Arab fighters in to deal with the Alawites. This fueled the anger of the local Alawites, so blood started to flow. Now, the Alawites, they're all interrelated, you understand? It's just, I mean, they're really connected in the community. Every Alawite knows, or in the villages anyway, they know each other. Most of the people in the Syrian coastal area, most of the males have been in the army, and because of the troubles in North Latakia in 2014, where many women were raped and so on, the people all have arms. Even the non-military people have arms in their homes. I mean, at one point in the worst of the fighting, some sold their Kalashnikovs in bad times for $1,000 because they were worth a lot of money in bad times. In good times, a Kalashnikov is only worth $200. So people also kept weapons in their homes. So people from the region of Kadaha took the checkpoint near the Russian airbase, killing and capturing the Hayat Tahrir Sham people there. So Hayat Tahrir Sham returned with 27 cars. They were going to the village of the Tigers. That's where they were heading. 27 cars. And they were massacred because they were ambushed. So then on another road, a convoy between yesterday, Friday, was ambushed. And it was carrying Al Jazeera journalists as well as, it was a big convoy. Hayat Tahrir Sham. And they were massacred. Some of the Al Jazeera journalists were killed. Now, at the same time, the Nawal, gosh, I'm just misreading my own notes. The Naval Artillery School was also taken by the Alawites. I mean, it's fueled by these HTS patrols and the anger against the HTS patrols. The Alawites rising up. They took the Naval Artillery School, which is nothing major, just 60 soldiers from Jelani's people, but they captured them. We're now at 1 p.m. yesterday. So Jelani decided in Damascus, they decided to go full force in retaliation. They even withdrew some of the fighters near the Euphrates up in the northeast, who are being built up there and ready to attack the Kurds, to send them to Latakia, right? Now, all this happened because people were sick of being treated like animals in Latakia. But up till now, there'd been nothing major. What happened yesterday was endorsed by two senior important figures in the Alawite world, or important to the Alawites. One was Qais Dalla. Now, Dalla was the strongest fighter for Maha, the Division 4, sorry, anyway, whatever. The 4th Division, the tank division. He was the strongest fighter for Maha. And Dalla is not a guy who sits behind a desk. He normally fights. He was high up in 4th Division. He had a bunch of loyal soldiers who did not question his orders. Most of the Alawites, of course, do not recognize the authority of Jelani. So when you have 500 or 600 people like Dalla did in his chain of command, loyal people, they just need to bring 2 or 3 friends each. And you end up with 2,000, a rebel force of 2,000 trained Alawite soldiers. Well, these are the people who first went into action. They were followed by many others in a disorganized way. What triggered this passion was the fact that there was a helicopter flying over Jableh and Qadaha and throwing barrel bombs on the villagers and on the people, filming what they were doing and saying, you know, you attacked us with barrel bombs, we're going to attack you with barrel bombs. This fueled the passion. Now, The helicopter was shot at by the Russian base, just warning shots. It was not shot down, but warning shot to keep away from the base. The poor Alawites understood this as meaning the Russians are with us. Well, they weren't. Indeed, they did. The Alawites didn't know that the day before, the Russians had gifted a ship, Thursday, gifted a ship full of diesel to Jolani. They never did this for Bashar al-Assad, right? The Russians gifted a ship full of diesel to Jolani. So you can see where Russian sympathies are lying. But the Russians issued a statement saying there's nothing to do with us, what's going on in Turkey. But the Dalla guy he called for people to rise up. He was in an awkward position. Now, Dalla was close to Manaf Tlas, who was a general in the Republican Guard. So basically, Tlas has been flirting with Dalla for the last 2 months. The deal between the two men was that Tlas would become president of Syria in a counter-revolution, and Dalla would be number 2. So this time the Sunni was president and the Alawite was number 2. That was what they were talking about. Dalla assumed the Russians were supporting Tlas because his father, Mustafa Tlas, who was a strong man with Hafiz al-Assad, was Russia's man, Sunni. So Dalla assumed it was kind of D-Day for the Alawites. The only problem, God help them, what are they thinking? They had no ammunition, right? So people have been phoning everybody, crying out, where we need ammunition now. It would have been easy for them if they'd had ammunition. There's only access to the coastal area by 2 or 3 roads, three roads, 3 routes of access to the coastal area. It's easy to close access. You can have a couple of hundred men hiding behind rocks if they've got plenty of ammunition and RPGs and so on. But there was no support for this little action. All the Arab countries came out pro-Jolani, and the Russians were silent. So Jolani then asked all the Sunni to go to jihad against what he described as the remains of the old regime. Jolani, by the way, is the war name of al-Shara, the president of Syria, just in case we're getting confused here. But Al Jazeera, by the way, was meanwhile saying that this sort of mini uprising was in response to a command from Bashar, but that's not true. Bashar al-Assad, that's certainly not true. There is no Alawite anywhere in Syria who would lift a finger for Bashar al-Assad. But the Alawites were still holding some areas, as HTS responded today. But they had HTS prisoners. But Jolani said, and they're saying, let's swap the prisoners. And Jolani says, you can keep the prisoners. We don't want them back. Oh, tough guy. I shouldn't smile. The events this is leading up to are absolutely horrifying. So what happened now? Hayat Sham went into the villages and started slaughtering the villagers. Now, this is like nothing you've seen. It's not like the Libyan civil war or the Sudanese civil war or what the Israelis are doing in Gaza. This is hands-on. They started slaughtering the villagers. Around 3,000 Alawites have been killed in the past 24 hours in the villages in systematic slaughter. It's not the way it was in Gaza, where there's kind of collateral damage. Well, you can't call it collateral damage, but where this was hands-on killing. They're executing children. In Banias, they shot a baby. I mean, all this is videoed. These people are videoing what they're doing. Amjad Duba, a friend of a friend of mine, the nephew of Ali Juba, and all his brothers, but one, were decapitated in front of their mother. I mean, they spared one son because of his British passport. His mother screamed out, "Don't kill that boy." They killed all the others. "Don't kill that boy. He's British." They said, "The mother, go get his passport." She brought his passport. And they kissed him on the forehead and left. But he'd watched all of his brothers beheaded in front of him. Now Kordaha is the village of Kordaha. That's the Al-Assad home village, is encircled from every access route. Nobody knows what's happening in Kordaha. People have been, I mean, the Alawites have been humiliated, dragged out of cars, made to crawl, bark like dogs, and this kind of thing. And people outside, Alawites outside in the diaspora, are telling them not to react to this humiliation because it's what HGS want them to do, and they will be massacred. Well, now they've reacted, and that's what's happened. They've been massacred. From an Alawite perspective, the Dalagai and Manas Tilas chose the worst possible D-Day ever. You can't have a D-Day if you're not prepared for the D-Day. It's one thing to have a machine gun, but it's worthless without a line of supply that brings you ammunition. The Russians aren't going to give them ammunition. And curiously enough, Hezbollah in Lebanon is not interested in the moment. Not interested in supporting the Alawites and supplying ammunition. Terrible situation. By the way, they hired to Sham HTS. They have kidnapped many, many, many women. So now there are entire families hiding in the mountains. If you listen to Al Jazeera, they'll tell you that it's Iran, or they'll tell you it's Hezbollah, or they'll tell you it's Bashar. But it's not. It's what I have told you. It's a local thing. If it was Iran or Hezbollah, you would know it. There's another rich guy who had a unit called the Falcons of the Desert. He got involved, and then he got into a fight with Tala about who was to be leader. Pathetic. It didn't. We're all talking now in the last 24 hours, all of this. Who paid the price? The poor people. Now, I'm just going to quote an Alawite guy, because I've spoken. One of the Alawites I spoke to, he said, Bashar was not involved. Bashar stayed home on December the 8th, when all this erupted, if he'd picked up a gun on December the 8th, despite the poor conditions, you would have found 100,000 Alawites who would. He's speaking to me as if he was speaking to Bashar. Bashar, if you had stayed at home on December 8th, despite the poor conditions, you would have found 100,000 Alawites who would have died with you. When this, despite the impoverished conditions of the Alawites. You don't believe that? When Basil died, Bashar al-Assad's brother died, remember, in a car crash? When he died, President Mubarak of Egypt came to the funeral and he said, "Ah, look at the condition of Qadaha. I would have improved the area I came from." He was shocked by how Hafiz was treating Hafiz was treating the Alawites. The Alawite I was just talking to a moment ago said to me, well, they wanted the Alawites to remain poor and fight like gladiators. Look, many people have died in the past 24 hours or so. And where's Manatlas? He's in Paris chilling. And where is Dalla, who called for all this? He's in Lebanon chilling. And the other guy, the guy who's, I forget the name anyway, but the guy who's head of the other group, the Falcons of the Desert, for God's sake. He's in Lebanon chilling. They're not. Meanwhile, nobody cares what happens to the Alawites. HTS, by the way, killed the second highest cleric for the Alawites and threw his body out like a dog. Again, I'm going to quote Alawite verbatim, an Alawite friend verbatim. They keep on saying we are the remains of the old regime. We are not. We have been abandoned by the old regime. We are the enemies of Jelani and the old regime. I think Bashar, if he walked in any Alawite neighborhood today, he'd need an American regiment to protect him. They feel hugely betrayed by Bashar al-Assad. The slaughter is taking place now. The slaughter is unprecedented. The slaughter is brutal. One person, next person, village by village. Mass murder. Now, at this moment. At this moment. I'm looking at messages coming in from Syria all the time. I'll just look to see if there's anything I need to share with you.
More than 1,000 people have been killed in the 2 days of violent clashes in Syria between government supporters and people thought to be loyal to the ousted President Bashar al-Assad. The death toll, reported by the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, makes the 2 days of violence some of the deadliest since Syria's conflict began 14 years ago. The Syrian government said it is responding to attacks from remnants of Assad's forces and blamed individual actions for the violence. The British-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reported that 745 civilians were killed, mostly in massacres, as well as 148 pro-Assad fighters and 125 people from security forces. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said the violence erupted on the afternoon of March 6th when pro-Assad militants ambushed Syrian security forces in the Latakia region, a former stronghold of the deposed leader and home to the minority Alawites, who made up his support base. On March 7th, Sunni Muslim gunmen loyal to the government began revenge killings against members of Assad's minority Alawite sect, according to people in the region. Residents of the area recalled the horrific killings.
They forcibly brought people down to the streets, then they lined them up and started shooting them. They left nobody. They left nobody at all. The scene that I saw was pure horror. It's just indescribable.
As per a source of Sky News, women were forced to walk naked before being shot, and a teenage boy was handed a rifle and forced to shoot his family. Another resident of Latakia said that power and water to the area had been cut off for the past day, and that they had been sheltering in their house, scared of the militants on the streets. The Latakia resident said, "There's no water and no power for more than 24 hours. The factions are killing anyone who appears in front of them. The corpses are piled up in the streets. This is collective punishment." The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reported on March 8th that 745 Alawite civilians were killed in the coastal regions of Syria and the Latakia Mountains by security forces and allied groups. The observatory indicated they were killed in executions carried out by security personnel or pro-government fighters and accompanied by looting of homes and properties. Notably, the wide-ranging coordinated assault from Assad's loyalists has been the biggest challenge to the country's Islamist authorities so far. The assault came 3 months after opposition fighters led by the Islamist rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham toppled the Syrian president Bashar al-Assad in December last year. To crush the rebellion, the Syrian government called for reinforcements, with thousands of fighters converging on Syria's coast from all over the country. Though fighters are nominally under the auspices of the new Syrian government, militias still persist, some of which have been implicated in past human rights abuses and are relatively undisciplined. Syria's interim president Ahmed al-Sharaa said on March 7th in his first comments following violence in Syrian coastal areas that Syria will pursue the remnants of the ousted Bashar al-Assad regime and bring them to trial. In a televised address, Sharaa called on his security forces to avoid exaggeration or overreaction and said the remnants of the fallen regime would be brought to a fair court.
We will continue to pursue the remnants of the fallen regime, those who refused but to continue their oppression and tyranny, those who committed crimes against the people, and those who seek to undermine security and civil peace. We will bring them to a fair court. And those who transgress against unarmed civilians and punish people for the crimes of others will be held severely accountable. Our people on the coasts and the areas of conflict are part of our responsibility. and it is our duty to protect them and save them from the evils of the gangs of the fallen regime.
According to a Reuters report, a video posted on social media on March 7th showed a group of people gathered at Latakia International Airport, close to the Hmaimim military base, chanting, "People want Russian protection." Several hundreds of civilians, mostly women, children and elders, sought refuge at a Russian Mediterranean military base at Hmaimim in Latakia. Russia on March 7th urged all leaders in Syria to work towards stopping the bloodshed as soon as possible, amid tensions in the country's western region. The Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs expressed its concern about the sharp deterioration in security in Syria, calling for immediate action to stop the bloodshed. Hezbollah strongly rejected the allegations of involvement in the ongoing clashes in Syria between loyalists of toppled President Bashar al-Assad and security forces of the interim government.
Some parties are keen to drag Hezbollah's name into the events taking place in Syria and accuse it of being a party to the conflict. Hezbollah clearly and categorically denies these baseless allegations.
The Lebanese militant group called on media outlets not to be drawn into disinformation campaigns, which Hezbollah said are aimed at serving political goals and suspicious foreign agendas. In less than 48 hours, Syria's coastline erupted in violence as the transitional leadership dispatched thousands of soldiers to combat an armed insurrection launched by Assad loyalists. The fighting represents a critical challenge to Syria's new government after 14 years of civil war. The spark was lit in the village of Beit Ana, in the countryside south of Jableh, when a general security patrol was ambushed by gunmen, leaving 13 of the new regime's forces dead and several others wounded. Clashes quickly spread throughout the region. Following the fall of Bashar al-Assad on December 8, 2024, many regime officers and senior members took refuge in this mountain region bordering the Mediterranean Sea, giving rise to regular skirmishes with the country's new leaders.
This time, everything indicates that the attacks were premeditated, well-coordinated, and planned. We were confronted with simultaneous assaults by heavily armed men with foreign communication systems.
The armed insurrection coincided with the proclamation of the Military Council for the Liberation of Syria. This council is under the command of Brigadier Gaith Dalla, a former officer in the Syrian Army's 4th Division, originally from Jabla, and considered close to Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah. News of these massacres has ratcheted up tensions in the region. These attacks are pure ethnic revenge, said Ahmad Othman, a Latakia resident.
Extremist groups came from Idlib to kill Alawites. They entered the houses, gathered the men outside, and massacred them on the pretext that they are loyal to Bashar al-Assad's regime. But here, nobody wants Bashar to come back. We want peace. It's the start of a vicious circle. People get scared, they feel humiliated. We're heading into the unknown. The transitional president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, has come to power and seems intent on staying there. If he is truly pragmatic, he must control the extremist and terrorist groups in his ranks. We hope that Ahmad al-Sharaa will prevail over Abu Muhammad al-Julani, that the politician will prevail over the warlord. This is our only hope.
While some Alawite religious leaders denounced the counterinsurgency operation led by the new Syrian army, most called for calm, as they're anxious to distance themselves from loyalist armed groups. As Sami Usama Sufi, a professor at the city's university, explained, those who profited and collaborated with the old regime don't want to accept that it has fallen. They seek to sow discord and jeopardize peaceful coexistence between communities. But the people of Latakia are united. Here in the same building, Sunnis, Christians and Alawites live together. Meanwhile, several hundred people, mostly women, children and elders, sought refuge at the Russian-operated Hmaimim military base in Latakia. Verified videos showed groups gathered at Latakia International Airport, close to the Hmaimim base, chanting, "People want Russian protection." The desperate civilians appeared to be seeking safety from the escalating violence that has gripped the coastal region. In the rest of the country, thousands of demonstrators spontaneously took to the streets of major cities in support of the new Syrian army, denouncing in turn a coup d'etat, or a counter-revolution fomented by loyalists of the old regime.
We say to the old regime's remnants that your bet is losing. The Syrian people are one, united. From the start of their Syrian government's aim to deter the aggressor, they, the Syrian government, told them they would go free and they would not hold any soldier accountable from the other sect, Alawite. Why are they therefore stubborn now? Stop this game. Syria's south and north are one and will remain one, regardless of whether some may approve or not. We are with our state, government, and revolution with our hearts and souls, and we call it to strike with an iron fist. The time of forgiveness has ended. For those who bet on division, separation, and creating destabilization for the state, we say we may challenge by God's will because we have not been broken for 14 years.
Unfortunately for the Ukrainian General Staff and its NATO military advisors, the Ukrainian army and NATO forces met the first days of spring with major defeats in almost all key directions of the front. Over the past week, war correspondents and representatives of the Russian Defense Ministry reported the liberation of 5 strategically important settlements and the destruction of 2,300 Ukrainian soldiers and officers, as well as so-called mercenaries, many of whom are active duty soldiers and officers of NATO allied countries. By the way, a few hours ago, the head of the investigative committee of the Russian Federation, Alexander Bastrikin, provided the public with fresh information about the activities of so-called foreign mercenaries in Ukraine and the Kursk region. In particular, on March 8, at 11 a.m. Moscow time, he officially announced that as of March 2025, foreign mercenaries from 72 countries are fighting in the ranks of the Ukrainian army. At the same time, he acknowledged that among these so-called soldiers of fortune, there are also active duty soldiers and officers of NATO allied countries. At the moment, we know for sure that 3,400 mercenaries from 72 countries are fighting on the side of the Ukrainian army. Over the past 3 years, the number of Polish mercenaries has decreased significantly. After heavy losses in manpower and the Ukrainian army's retreat in key directions of the front, Polish citizens almost completely refused to join the ranks of the Ukrainian troops. As of March 2025, Canadian citizens rank first regarding the number of mercenaries in the Ukrainian army. At the moment, 720 Canadian citizens are fighting on the side of the Ukrainian army. Britain ranks second. As of March 2025, 695 citizens of Foggy Albion are fighting in the ranks of the Ukrainian army. And finally, Georgia takes the third place. It is reliably known that 713 Georgian citizens are fighting in the ranks of the Ukrainian army. At the same time, we managed to establish the identity of 2,000 mercenaries, Alexander Bastrikin said. Furthermore, the head of the investigative committee of the Russian Federation remarked that, after the hostilities conclude, Moscow will arrest not only all surviving foreign mercenaries, but also all Western journalists who illegally crossed the border into the Russian Federation and reported from the Kursk region, praising the actions of the occupying Ukrainian army. By the way, this occupying Ukrainian army, together with the NATO forces, found itself in a deplorable situation in the Kursk region. As it turned out, over the past 24 hours, Russian troops have managed not only to break through the Ukrainian army's defenses in the Kirillovka area, but also to enter the city of Sudza. So, a few hours ago, practically all reputable Russian war correspondents reported that Russian units of groups of troops under the designation Sever managed to reach the Ukrainian armies back in the city of Sudza. Numerous Ukrainian telegram channels also confirmed this information. According to them, Russian troops managed to enter the city using the same tactics as in Avdiivka in February 2024. In particular, several groups of Russian Spetsnaz infiltrated the city of Sudza under the cover of night, using an underground gas pipe, and launched an attack on Ukrainian troops from behind. It is reported that Ukrainian soldiers and foreign mercenaries were shocked to see Russian Spetsnaz in Sudza. The attack by the Russian Spetsnaz turned out to be so unexpected and lightning fast that within 10 minutes the Ukrainian army lost all its strongholds on the eastern outskirts of the city. As a result, the main Russian army units managed to enter Sudza from two directions at once, from the southeast and northeast. Fierce fighting is currently underway in the eastern part of the city. Simultaneously with this, the Russian army also intensified its attack on the city of Sudza from the northwest direction. This happened after Russian troops simultaneously liberated 3 settlements within 24 hours: Staraya Sorokina, Nikolaevka, and Viktorovka. Furthermore, on the morning of March 8, war correspondents reported that Russian troops managed to break through the Ukrainian army's defenses in Malaya Lakhnya and enter the western part of the settlement. The distance from Malaya Lakhnya to Sudza is only 14 kilometers. Thus, the semicircle around Sudza is rapidly narrowing. The situation of the Ukrainian grouping in the Kursk region has become catastrophic. About 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers, including representatives of the armies of NATO allied countries, are at risk of being surrounded. Currently, before our eyes, a cauldron is forming in the Kursk region, in which large forces of the Ukrainian army and NATO forces will be finally destroyed. Commenting on the situation in the Kursk region, even Ukrainian military experts were forced to acknowledge that Volodymyr Zelensky's Kursk adventure is over. At the same time, they expressed doubt that the Ukrainian troops could somehow fix the situation. According to them, the Ukrainian soldiers have only 2 options: to surrender and save their lives, or to fight to the end and be destroyed in battle. My dear truth seekers, against this backdrop, it is also worth noting the betrayal from the Ukrainian High Military Command. The fact is that the Ukrainian General Staff has never contacted its grouping in the Kursk region for the last 48 hours. This means that the Ukrainian and NATO generals have actually abandoned their soldiers, leaving them at the mercy of Russian troops. By the way, Western journalists from numerous American and European news channels have also started to actively comment on what is happening in the Kursk region. According to them, the Ukrainian army suffered a complete defeat in the Kursk region. At the same time, they added that it was the Pentagon's refusal to supply the Ukrainian army with intelligence that became the main reason for the breakthrough of Russian troops in Sudza area. However, many military experts disagreed with these journalists' statements. According to them, the Ukrainian army's failure in the Kursk region became possible only thanks to the professional actions of the Russian troops and the work of numerous latest Russian electronic warfare systems. Thanks to these electronic warfare systems, the Russians could jam Western reconnaissance drones and signals from Starlink in the Kursk region. As a result, the Ukrainian troops not only lost their positions in the Kursk region, but also found themselves in an actual semicircle. In the last 24 hours alone, 30 Ukrainian soldiers and foreign mercenaries have voluntarily surrendered to the Russian army. At the same time, cases of mass surrender are observed throughout the Kursk region. Against this backdrop, many military experts expressed confidence that the Russian army would completely liberate the Kursk region within the next 10 days.
To publish. Over the past year, hundreds of videos of forced conscription in Ukraine have appeared in the internet. The organization that is responsible for this is called TCC or TCK, Territorial Completion Center. In many of these videos, TCK are beating up men, and unfortunately YouTube is not allowing such videos, so I posted them in my Telegram channel. And this is a pure terror. TCK are acting without any law. They're using handcuffs and zip ties. This began 2 years ago, in 2023, before counteroffensive, and at first it was only in Russian-speaking cities, like Odessa and Kharkov, but then TCK started to act in all regions of Ukraine. Mobilized men are being sent to the front line almost immediately. Ukrainian borders are closed for men over 18, so it's almost no way to escape from this free democratic state. But before going to this video, I want to remind you that this channel is only sponsored by you. So if you want to help me to make more videos, link is in the description. And I'm really grateful to people who are supporting me. TCK are trying to draft as many men as possible, and they have no restrictions, so there are dozens of horrible cases. For example, in October 2023, TCK kidnapped a man from Odessa with an epilepsy, and he died because he didn't have medicines. There was a case, also in Odessa region, when they took 14-year-old boy and zip-tied him, and when they understood that he is underage, they freed him and left him 10 kilometers away from his town. Sometimes people taken by TCK are dying because of beating. Recruiters are often using spikes to block the cars of their victims. And patrols of TCK are literally everywhere on the streets of all big cities of Ukraine. They are searching everywhere, and there are even videos where they are stopping public transport, like buses and trams. And I've seen dozens of videos where TCK are conflicting with relatives of mobilized men who are trying to stop them. TCK workers don't usually care, but sometimes it works. There are plenty of human rights violations. There were cases when lawyers who came to return illegally mobilized men were beaten. There is at least one confirmed case when TCK used firearm against civilian. Later I will tell you about the resistance of Ukrainian people against TCK. Once a woman posted a video where she said that the military forcibly took her husband away from a checkpoint in Transcarpathia, and later she was forced to publish video where she is apologizing. By the way, in the first video she spoke Russian, in the second Ukrainian language. I think if I would make more detailed video about this mess, it would be a few hours long. Unfortunately now I don't have a time for such video. It's funny that West managed to convince people that Russia has forced mobilization, despite now Russia has no mobilization at all. There was a mobilization in Russia in 2022 autumn, but it was soft and within the law. In 2022 February in DPR there was forced mobilization, but I never heard about such insanity. No one kidnapped people and there was no violence. And both in Russia and in DPR, mobilization ended in October 2022, 2.5 years ago. But let's return to Ukraine. Since 2022, many Telegram channels have appeared that are monitoring movements of TCK in different Ukrainian cities, so you can go for a walk with less risk. New word has appeared, busification, from Russian word busik, which means minivan that TCK are usually using. Of course, there are some really funny things related to this mobilization. For example, in one of Ukrainian schools, children staged a sketch with TCK. Some teachers were fired, of course. Many Ukrainian soldiers do not wear uniform in cities anymore to avoid association with TCK. But now let's talk about ways to avoid mobilization. Most obvious way to avoid being sent to the front line is to hide and to stay home. It's working if TCK don't have your address, but otherwise there is a chance that they will come for you to your home. By the way, the word ухилянт, which means draft dodger in Ukrainian, became a meme, and there are even some songs about ухилянts. Some ухилянts are escaping to Chernobyl. There is an info that the population of the Chernobyl exclusion zone has grown by 135,000 people. Since Ukraine is extremely corrupted, rich people or people who have rich relatives cannot be afraid of TCK. Most of rich Ukrainians just given huge bribes, so they and their relatives are not getting sent to the front line. And of course, TCK is the best place to earn huge amount of money. There was a case when a man who was brought to the recruitment office by force had stolen 27,000 euros from the table of the director and then escaped through the window. The director said that these money were intended to be spent on drones for Ukrainian army and that wasn't a bribe. People are also paying crazy money to doctors so they can be free from mobilization. And the border of Ukraine is closed for men of military age, but of course there are some ways to escape Ukraine by crossing the border illegally. The most obvious way is to buy some papers that are allowing you to do this. It's expensive. From what I heard, it costs around $15,000, and there are no guarantees at all. Some people are hiding in cargo vehicles. It's also expensive, and I've seen a couple of videos where border guards found them. But the most dangerous way is to cross the border on your own. The river between Ukraine and Romania, named Tisa, became infamous. There is an information that around 22,000 of Ukrainians swam across it, and little less than 14,000 of them did this in 2024. Dozens of men drowned there, mostly because of Ukrainian border guards who are shooting on sight. And here you can see a barbed wire on the riverbank of Tisa. Ukraine really looks like a concentration camp. There are some other directions to escape, to Moldova or even to Belarus, despite the border with Belarus is being well guarded. There are channels on YouTube who covering this topic, Alex1860 and Eurocustom. Both have a lot of videos and stories about men who escaped the Ukraine by crossing border on foot. Some people are escaping other ways, like a welder who walked on a bridge between Hungary and Ukraine. He cut a hole in the bridge and escaped to Hungary. And some of Ukrainian soldiers who were trained in Europe just disappeared.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Shannon G for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute to you.
Now let's talk about resistance of Ukrainian people. Sometimes relatives and friends of men who already were taken by TCK stormed TCK buildings and freed conscripts. Once in Odessa, a driver of ambulance was kidnapped by TCK and his colleagues literally fought to free him from the recruitment center. Unfortunately, I can't add videos with fights. There were attacks on TCK workers, sometimes even with firearms. And there were also a couple of explosions in TCK buildings. The most important thing is that people are burning TCK and Ukrainian military cars. There are a few hundreds of cases, some with video confirmation. Many of these arsons were organized by pro-Russian partisans, but some are by people who just want to live. There is much more to tell and to show, but it's hard for me to make this video. Despite Ukraine is no longer my country, I lived there for most of my life, and it's sad that such a terror is happening there. At least in the liberated territories, there is nothing like this. Please share this video in your media. I hope it was interesting for you. If it was, you can support me by leaving a like, a comment, or sending me a donation by the link in the description. Thanks for watching.
Joe Biden and his crew of lunatics had consummated, shall we say, many, many years of U.S. foreign policy. Excuse me. U.S. foreign policy was pretty clear. Excuse me for, sounded like an alcoholic. But I just finished eating. At any rate, many, many years of U.S. foreign policy, and the U.S. It was the be careful what you pray for, you might just get it. You've heard all the metaphors, the little chihuahuas barking after a tractor trailer and chases it, and it finally catches the tractor trailer, and then what do you do then, right? And it was the old, U.S., the Wolfowitz doctrine. That's what I was looking for. In 2001, Paul Wolfowitz wrote something which he actually wrote in a very assertive and fascist kind of way, and then rewrote it and backed off a little bit. The Wolfowitz doctrine was simply this: the unipolar world. The United States would be the most powerful country in the world for all eternity, forever. Kind of like the Nazis' 1,000-year reign, right? He kind of declared the Fourth Reich. We're going to be powerful forever and ever and ever. Nobody can be allowed to rise and challenge us, right? Particularly on the Eurasian continent. It goes back to some old geopolitical strategists who have said for many years, whoever controls that Eurasian landmass from Russia to China, right, from Europe, between Europe and China, which just happens to be Russia, whoever controls that rules the world. Well, that happens to be Russia. And Russia's always had an issue with other people saying whoever controls our country rules the world, because they're like, but it's our country, we're Russians, and we don't even want to rule the world, but you ain't getting it. And you're going to have to fight for it. So the bottom line is, after many, many years of, talking about how they would, keep Russia down, and if Russia should begin to arise, they'd have to mush them back down. They saw Russia rising, so they're like, okay, we're going to take it once and for all. And it was, we're going to put a puppet government in Russia. This was the U.S.'s plan, the West plan, U.S. city of / Britain, city of London. One of two things. We'll either put a puppet government in Russia and rob Russia blind. That's what they did during the 1990s. Or if that doesn't work, we'll just attack them, defeat them, and put another puppet government in, or just divvy it up and take different parts of it, right? It amounted to the Russian people getting either slaughtered or, put into eternal servitude. Again, Russians weren't buying that plan. They were never going to buy the plan. And they had a lot of cards to play, as Trump says. So here we come. The Biden administration, they're going to finish this thing off once and for all. They're going to, okay, we're going into Russia, and now we're going to oust Putin, put their plan, they're going to oust Putin, put their puppet in, and boom, we're going to take everything, right? Well, as has happened on numerous occasions before, the attacking Russia part worked. The ousting Russia, the Russian government, and taking all their resources part, not so much. And the Russians, of course, as they say, the enemy gets a vote. The Russians got a vote towards that plan, and the Russian vote was, it ain't going to happen, and it ain't happened. And now the U.S. is in that situation. The U.S. and Russia is in this. The U.S. and Europe is in this situation. They're facing a massive defeat. They went to Russia's border. They loaded up Ukraine as a weapon against Russia. They used all of their sanctions, 26,000 sanctions, something like that against Russia. They sanctioned everything they could against Russia. So they went full spectrum dominant. They went full diplomatic. They're trying to lean on other countries, trying to everything they could to isolate Russia diplomatically, isolate Russia economically, and attack Russia militarily and destabilize Russia. And it all backfired. Russia became more stable. The U.S. empire is in decline, and what we're finding is everything they do to stop the decline only makes it faster. Every action is taken to stop the decline only makes the decline faster. So here we are. Where are we today? Massive defeat is imminent. It's obvious. It's clear. They went to Russia and they lost. They lost. And now, how do you spin the loss? How do you deal with the loss? Well, we have two different ways to things going on. We've got the Europeans who are just going to stick their head in the sand. No, we're not losing. We didn't lose. We got to keep fighting. No, I'm not going to accept it. So they have, put everything on the line. They can't face reality. They're just going to stick their head in the sand and say, if we only keep fighting, something will happen. I don't know what. Anything, who knows? It may be a prayer or anything, but we just can't come out and say we faced a massive defeat. We threw all of NATO, everything we could, every resource we had at Russia, and Russia kicked our ass. That's just the reality of it. You lost. Sometimes, you know what I mean? You're on the street, you get in a fight, somebody kicks your ass, you go home. You nurse the wounds and get up another day. But they couldn't do that because they bet everything and they didn't have a second option. Well, sadly for the Europeans, happily for the rest of us on the planet, the U.S. changed administrations, and now Trump's plan is to spin it. Right? It's not a loss. In fact, but Trump and these people are actually saying it's a proxy war. They're doing whatever they can, playing any card they can to get out of it. Some of the cards that Trump has played so far is, I'm the honest guy. Look, it was a proxy war. Look, Russia's definitely winning. Ukraine's going to get blasted. We're trying to save Ukraine. And that was the play the honest card. And he did. In a lot of ways, you got to say this, and that's a card you can play. You know what I mean? If you're playing games, a card you can play is, I'm just going to come clean. Some guy gets caught by his girlfriend, looking at another girl. I don't know, whatever. There's a lot of things she can say. Hey, why were you looking at that girl in the miniskirt? He can say, I wasn't looking at her. Maybe he was. I mean, he's a human being. He saw a girl in the miniskirt and turned into, it didn't really mean anything, but he got caught looking. He can say, I wasn't looking at her. Look right behind her. There's a Caterpillar D9 bulldozer. I love looking at bulldozers. Have that marquee behind her. There's a clock. I was looking at the clock. He can lie his way out of it. Or he can just say, I'm sorry. I guess I was wrong. I looked at her. I shouldn't have done it. Please forgive me. He can play the honest card. I am a mortal man and I have sinned. Right? You can try to play the emotional card, right? Oh, baby, I love you. I messed up. I don't want to lose you, right? So there's a number of cards. He can play the emotional card. He can play the honest card. You got me. I screwed up. I'm only human. It will never happen again. Whatever. I don't want anybody but you. He can do anything. He can lie, whatever, right? But there's various cards he can play. Bottom line is this. Trump played the honest card. It's a card. It's a calculation. He's partially played that, right? And he's done pretty good with that so far. Now what happens? Trump says, I'm sick and tired of Zelensky, you maggots. You disrespected me for the last time. You little green janitor suit wearing some bitch, you. That's it. I'm done. Because let's face it, he had no choice. Zelensky disrespected him in front of everybody. He had to hit him back. So Trump says, that's it. I'm pulling the plug on everything. Well, let's face it. You're the Russians. You're still at war, aren't you? You're the Russians. There's a bunch of guys goose stepping around on your border, and they must be dealt with, right? The Russians, they're not there to chat. They're not there to, have a philosophical discussion. The guys on their border are literally goose stepping, Sieg Heil screaming Nazis, right? Those aren't the kind of people that you sit down and have a discussion with, that you work things out intellectually. When you see guys with swastikas tattooed all over them, there's ain't a whole lot of ways to deal with those kind of guys. And based on the Russians' history, they got a pretty good idea of what you need to do. And they're in the process of doing it. So what happens when Trump says, that's it, you're not getting any C3ISR, you're not getting any of the command control and communications and, none of that stuff, buddy. You forget it. We're done with you. We're not giving you weapons. You disrespected us for the last time. Okay. What do you think the Russians are going to do? Pull some punches? You think the Russians are going to be, well, the Ukrainians are a little bit weaker, so we'll just maybe not bomb them. Oh, hell no. That ain't the way you do it in a war. That ain't what you do it when you do it in a fight. Let me ask you this. Some guy attacked you. and you're defending yourself. And the guy, I don't know, you're in the struggle, you get the guy's wrist, wow, you twist it and he's got a broken wrist. And he's like, oh, and his wrist is broken. Are you going to take I mean, the guy has attacked you, he's trying to kill you, he's trying to rob you, right? Which is effectively what the Russians are facing. And you get his wrist and you're struggling, you snap that ulnar, right? Wrist is broken, bone sticking through the skin. Are you going to look over there and say, well, now that you're a little weaker, I think I'll, lower the my level of attack? No, he's weak now. This guy attacked you. This guy was a madman on the street. You're walking down the street, minding your own business. He pulls out a knife, or a club or whatever. He's going to attack you and rob you.
Crazy.
If he gets a little bit weaker, that's when you really go in on him. Now he's got an injury. Boom, his left arm's broken, the bone sticking through the skin. He's in pain. He's in real trouble. He's in shock. What do you do then? You finish him off. You hit him with a flurry of everything you got. You hit him with punches and kicks and elbows. And if you got a brick, you pick it up, you smack him in the head with. You finish this guy off. When you smell a little bit of weakness, you don't slow up. You give it everything. This guy attacked you. You don't want any trouble. I was just walking down the street, minding my business. This guy attacked me, and I was able to snap his wrist. Now he's in a world of hurt. Because I may be a little cautious. He's got both hands up. He might have a weapon in one hand. I may be a little bit cautious. I'm waiting. What am I going to do? What a move I'm going to make? Maybe I'll wait for him to make a move and I'll make a defensive move, a counter strike, whatever. I don't know. I got to see what's going on here. Maybe I've got to look and make sure there's nobody else joining him. I got to, put my back against the wall. I am on alert. Bad guys here to get me, right? Then he gets his wrist snapped. Oh, things are going to go bad for you now that you only got one hand, which means I can attack from the side where the hand is weak. You know what I'm going to do? That wrist is broken. What do you think I'm going to do? If I touch that, you'll be in terrible pain. Where do you think I want to strike first? Right where the pain is. You're going to try to hide that wrist. You're going to try to and fight with what? No, buddy. If I can hit that wrist, if I can do anything I can to make that wrist hurt worse, I'm going where the pain is. Because I'm trying to win the fight. I'm not trying to, this is not fair. This is not the Queensberry rules. This is a knockdown, drag out fight. And any advantage that I can get, I got to take advantage of it to its fullest, right? This is my adversary. The idea is to put him down and leave him down. The idea is to go home alive. So what do the Russians say? Oh, that Ukrainians a little weak, are they? Having a little trouble with your C3 ISR, huh? Ooh, don't have the satellites you used to have now. There, do you, buddy? Okay, then in that case, let's see. Satellites would help you with what? Air defense. Air defense is a little shoddy, isn't it? What are the Russians going to do? It's a war. They're going to do what the Ukrainians would do. When the Ukrainians have that much weakness, they're going to exploit it to the fullest degree, my friend. That is the what do I want to call it? That's the law of war, right? That's the law. I mean, that's the law of aggression. You get in a fight. If the other guy gets an advantage, if he gets you on the ground and he can stomp you on the head and drive your head into the ground, that's what he's got to do. It's a fight. There ain't no rules. One person walks away, the other person stays there. So what are the Russians doing? Any little advantage they get, they're going to exploit it to the fullest extent. So, needless to say, I don't know if you've been paying attention, but to current events, shall we say? But the Russians launched the largest drone and missile strike like so far this year, maybe one of the largest in the conflict against the Ukrainians. Knocked the hell out of them, pummeled them mercilessly. They're advancing, they're pummeling them on the battlefield, they're encircling a bunch of like 10,000 of them in the Kursk region or in the area of the Kursk region, encircled. Yeah, they're done. They're going to smush the hell out of them. Apparently they've encircled them. They've cut off their only line of retreat or supplies. That's being droned and artillery, so you can't resupply them and they can't get out. They got them encircled. Let me ask you this. What do you think the Russians are going to do to those 10,000 guys? As I said, it's war. Either those guys are going to throw in the towel, they're going to put up a white flag and say, please spare us. We'd like to go to a prison camp and sit out the rest of this war, or be traded at some point for other prisoners, whatever, but we don't want to die. That's option A. Option B is they're going to be obliterated, every last one of them. That's the laws of war. So here, why do I say all that? Let's go to what happens with Trump. Trump's unhappy, and let me find it. All right, let's take a look at this article. There we go. Trump threatens to impose large-scale sanctions on Russia until a peace agreement with Ukraine is reached. After weeks of distancing the U.S. from Ukraine, President Donald Trump on Friday threatened to expose expanded large-scale sanctions and tariffs on Russia until it reaches a peace agreement. Based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I'm strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs on Russia until a ceasefire and settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it's too late. Thank you, Trump wrote in a post on Truth Social, right? It's interesting. Get to the table right now before it's too late. Thanks. That implies okay, now here's something interesting. While speaking to reporters in the Oval Office Friday afternoon, Trump said that the U.S. was doing well with Russia and that he was finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. They don't have the cards, Trump said of Kiev's. In terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the problems and they're bombing the hell out of them right now. Whatever that means doesn't make a lot of sense. But what is he talking about? Who has the strengths and weaknesses? Who has the upper hand? And he's like, Kiev doesn't have any cards. Well, subsequently, that means something else. Marco Rubio recently said this is a proxy war, right? And what does that mean? If Kiev doesn't have the cards and it's a proxy war, how does that look for the U.S.'s hand? What about Trump's? I'll put it like this. We've thrown down every card we had. We threw out all the Wunderwaffens, right? We sent them M777 howitzers. That's going to change everything. M1A1 Abrams, right? Oh boy, once they get that 26, remember this? F-16s. Man, it's over for the Ruskies now. The Ukrainians are getting F-16s that were built in like 1977. Okay. The Ukrainians are getting F-16s. That's going to change everything. Oh, they're going to get HIMARS. They're going to get all the things that was all the wonder weapons. None of them. We played hand after hand, and every single one of them, snake eyes, right? Zilcho. So now with 26,000 sanctions. Now think about what Trump has said. We've sanctioned everything we can sanction. Thrown them off SWIFT. Thrown them off every U.S. and banking system and all. But here's the problem. Chris Rock once said about drugs, people don't sell drugs, they offer them. That like people are like, let's say they're in a country in a state where weed is illegal and a bunch of guys want weed. The weed dealer doesn't have to look for them. They're looking for the weed dealer. They're riding around. Anybody's got any weed? And they find a weed dealer. The weed dealer just happens to have the weed. He has what's called market insistence. People are searching him out to buy some weed. Let's be honest. He offers it. He has the weed. Doesn't even have to offer it. People will look for him. Who's got some weed? Hey, that guy. They chase him down and buy the weed from him, right? The bottom line is he's got all the cards, right? Well, let's look at Russia. They're going to win militarily. They've got oil and gas and stuff and wheat. People want that. Just like the weed dealer. He ain't got to. What do you think? Russia has to chase people down to get them their oil and gas and wheat and food and stuff like that. They don't have to chase anybody down. People are coming to them. People need it. We're still buying stuff from them. And so is Europe. As Europe's like, we must march to war with Russia. Really? Meanwhile, what do you think we're going to do? Oh, we're going to buy sunflower oil and gas from them, or we'll starve. But doggone it, and fertilizer. Okay, fair enough, fertilizer. But darn it, we're going to get ready to go to war with those bastards. We'll fix them. Even you need the Russians. The Russians are in a pretty good economic situation right now. Their economy's growing. They got the 4th largest economy in the world with all those sanctions. So Trump, what he did was he says, I'll sanction them if they don't stop pummeling the Ukrainians. They ain't ever going to stop pummeling the Ukrainians until there's a peace deal. That's what they do. That's their job. It's called a war. In the war, you have an enemy and you pummel the enemy. That's just what you do. You pummel them. Somebody's texting me. I'm going to put please text me. You got an enemy in a war. What do? You don't have mercy on your enemy. You don't chat and talk to your enemy. You close with and destroy the enemy. That's what the Russians are doing. And if your enemy's weak, then you destroy you exploit the weakness. Your job is to destroy the enemy before he destroys you. The Ukrainians the Russians were bit by bit, chipping away, crushing them. Now they're showing a little bit of weakness. They got a few holes here and there in their swing. The Russians are going to go through it. That's what they're supposed to do. Here's the problem Trump has. We'll sanction them. And the Russians are like, well, let me see. The first 26,000 sanctions didn't work. Maybe 26,001. Maybe that's the one that'll do it. Go for it, Donald Trump. I mean, it's a threat. Well, if they don't stop, we'll sanction them. And the Russians are like, you really? And how's that worked out so far? Call Joe Biden and Blinken and ask them, hey, how's sanctions working on Russia? They ain't. It is a hollow threat. In the same way, I mean, I don't blame Trump. He's trying whatever he can. I'll sanction him. That's all he can say. Tariffs it is. The fact that he said tariffs should only reiterate the reality that we're still buying stuff from them because we got to have it. We're still buying diesel fuel from them. We're still buying uranium for our nuclear power plants because where else are we going to get it? We got to get it from them. That's our supply chain. So what are we going to do? We can't cut ourselves off from the things that we have to get from them, number one. Number two, you just said you want to deal with the Russians. You need to deal with the Russians. You want to do business with the Russians. And now, they better stop or I'll sanction them. Now, as I've said, you can ignore what Trump says. He's just blurting something out there. I suspect he knows. Kiev's got no cards and he's got no cards. Might I add, you can extend that to the discussions that are coming on March 11th with the Ukrainians, that are coming as they negotiate, if you call it that, with the Russians. I mean, how do you negotiate when you got no cards in your hand? You're looking there. What do you got? I don't have anything above a 9. You got no queens, no jacks, no kings, no aces. All you got is jokers, right? That's all you got is jokers, and jokers don't count. So in poker. So the reality is Trump is trying to, I guess, I'll put it like this. To be honest, I think Trump saying, if the Russians don't stop, I'm going to sanction them with heavy sanctions and tariffs. I think that is for the domestic audience, really. Trump knows, and the Russians know, he don't have a hand to play. So I think for the domestic audience, he wants to say something, as they say, hey, the Russians are pounding the crap out of the Ukrainians. And Trump's like, well, they better stop, or I'll sanction them and tariff them or something. Darn those Russians, they better stop. They better listen to me, because Donald Trump is not a nuanced guy. Donald Trump only really understands the dynamic of coercion. Right? Donald Trump is no Sergei Lavrov by any stretch of the imagination, right? He doesn't understand win-win, a mentality. He doesn't understand a mentality of power that says we mutually respect each other and we work out a deal where everybody wins and we walk away, and a deal is win-win or no deal. Either everybody's happy or or I'm going to walk away from the deal. I'm not going to take a deal where I get everything and you get screwed, because you'll never come back and do business with me again. I'm not going to take a deal where you come out, you look good, and I get screwed, because I can't come back because I'll go out of business. I'm only going to accept the deal where everybody walks away happy and we can continue, right? Trump don't really understand. He's a guy of coercion. He's a guy of the dynamics of power. Whoever has the most power calls all the shots. That's the way Trump sees it. The problem is, based on his paradigm, that means the Russians call all the shots, doesn't it? If my paradigm, if my way of viewing the world is that whoever has the most power is the one who can bully the other person into submission, by his own paradigm, the Russians are the ones with the power that will bully us into submission. He can only hope for mercy. Because by that paradigm, what's Trump's options? Going to war with Russia. That ain't an option. Trump already said, I ain't doing that. That's World War III. That's nuclear war, will be, as he would say, obliterated. That's not an option. That's not a card that he can play. Card two, to talk to the Russians. Well, he's already doing that. And the Russians are like, yeah, we're willing to talk. But meanwhile, we're going to beat the hell out of the Ukrainians because this is a war and our aim is to win this war. What about a ceasefire? No chance of that. Look, it's the Russian way of war, right? The Russian way of war is to chip away at the foundation of their enemy until their enemy collapses, to exhaust their enemy, to fight them, to say, I can go longer than you can. I'm going to go in this war. I can take more punishment than you can. I can be more resourceful than you can. And in the long run, I'm going to win. I'll wear you out. You'll go down before I do. And meanwhile, I'm going to chip away. Okay. So the bottom line is this: the Russians got time and they've got resources and they got everything they need to continue doing what they're doing. So they're okay with what's happening. They don't need a change. In fact, the Russians do not need anything to change. They're going to win. So they're sitting pat. They don't have to bluff. Trump is bluffing. He's bluffing. Even if he acted on what he's saying, what difference would it make to the Russians? Hey, Russians, what? How many sanctions we got? 26,000. Well, you're going to have 26,003. What do you think of that? The Russians are going to be like, well, how will we know that there's 3 more? Yawn. So, but I think for his domestic audience, Trump's going to say, look, hey, they better do what I'm saying or else. And the Russians are going to yawn and we move forward. Bottom line, now, I still think the Trump administration's plan has been, whether it'll change, has been March 11th, they're going to meet with the Ukrainians and they're going to say, well, we met with the Russians, we met with the Ukrainians. Ukrainians ain't going to take no deal. And, Europe, you're going to have to handle this. And I think that they may be really looking at dropping the sanctions. Here's what I say. The other day, Trump said, we may have to sanction. I said, oh, well, then they're going to drop them. Because when Trump said we're going to sanction, throw all the sanctions, more sanctions, banking sanctions. Yeah, they're going to drop the sanctions. That's what I take from Trump saying that they're going to increase the sanction. Probably means they're going to drop them. We shall see. Now, let's continue. And as I've said many, many times, everybody, I didn't even put my thing across the bottom. Boy, am I an idiot. There we go. All right. Well, since I haven't put that, I'll remind you, everyone, follow me on Telegram, follow me on Rockman, follow me on Rumble. If you can afford it, to become a Patreon member, PayPal, or of course, buy me a coffee, which is always an easy one, or even Cash App. Certainly appreciate it. Hey, you see the little join button? You can join for $3, $4, $5 a month. It's up to you. So if you can afford to help the channel, I appreciate it. If not, hey, that's okay. Just share this on all your social media platforms, and let's get back. Here's the other thing. So what else is happening? Let me show you a couple things. Let's look at a couple of other articles. The Washington Post, for the first time in decades, Syria is free. Now is the time for the world to pitch in. Damascus woke to a new dawn Sunday. Consider no city no longer under the grip of Bashar al-Assad's dictatorship as the streets filled with jubilant crowds. The world witnessed an event liberated by a rebel coalition that rose from years of oppression and desperation. Right? Yay! They're gone, and that's good. Everything is good. This moment is even more extraordinary when viewed against the backdrop of Assad's atrocities, which defined his 14-year campaign to cling to power. All lies, of course. All stinking lies. Well, it was in the Washington Post, so I have to tell you it's lies. Here's another one. Look at this. Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad was cruel to those he leaned on the most for support. Cruel, I tell you. He was evil. And they even got some guy to tell us how bad he was, right? Hooray, he's done. He's gone. Hooray, hooray. The evil dictator. The people of Syria are safe now, aren't they? Well, let's see what it is. Are they really? Are the people of Syria safe? Well, it has been said by many, including Tulsi Gabbard, that the people who rule Syria now are head-chopping, massacring genocidal lunatics that they're basically ISIS. Over 300 Alawite civilians killed in the latest killings. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, it was, if I remember correctly, that's a guy in London who's a tailor. He's probably running out of money now because that's probably was paid for by USAID. Reported that 311 Alawite civilians were killed in the coastal region by security forces and allied group since Thursday. The killings were described as executions carried out by security personnel and pro-government fighters. The overall total has risen to 524 people. Okay. It's, well, now, you know, those lies are all a bunch of, you know, that's all a bunch of crap. But what are we looking at? The U.S., the Blinken and Biden administration, the U.S. government, along with, of course, the Europeans, NATO, etc., hated Bashar al-Assad. Was he a brutal dictator? Hell no, he was not a brutal dictator. But they had to make up lie after lie, lies about weapons of mass, the usual stuff. The usual regime change lies and garbage and propaganda. He's evil, he did this, he did that, on and on and on. Till finally they were able to take down his government and install ISIS. All of us, you guys know in the chat, me, all of us were like, these guys that they're putting in charge are literally ISIS, who were aligned with the Zionists, which are effectively ISIS themselves, as you can see. So it would only be, I'll put it like this. We're seeing these ISIS guys, they've learned from the Israelis. You know, the Israelis do a real genocide. These guys are junior genociders, but they're genociders nonetheless. They're no, when it comes to genocide, they can't begin to hope to stand up to the heights of the Israelis. But they're doing their dirt and they're doing their darndest. And so now what do we have? Videos coming out all over the place from this great and wonderful government that the Turks and the U.S., Blinken, Biden, and all of these people that told us how bad Assad was and how wonderful it was going to be in Syria now and all the good things are going to happen. And now a sectarian wave of violence has been unleashed. Now, what part of every time ISIS gets around human beings, civilians, they start murdering and slaughtering them, what part of this was not predictable? What part of this was like, hey, we're going to put ISIS in charge of this country? And all of us are like, well, you know, they're going to slaughter civilians. Nah, ISIS slaughter civilians. It's just not how they flow, man. They're going to get in here. They put a suit, Jelani, this friggin' head chopping lunatic. They put a suit on this guy, and now he's walking around. He's meeting with people. He's shaking hands. He's running around the globe. Now he thinks he's friggin' Juan Guaido or something. Erdogan, he's, you know, hooray, I got my guy, my boys are in charge now. We're gonna be this, it's gonna be part of the Ottoman Empire. No, it is part of the ISIS empire. It's part of the ISIS Levant, as far as they can see. And guess what? Alawites, as far as they're concerned, and pretty much every other religion other than their very, very strange and violent and brutal a sect of Islam. Other than that, everybody else is the Satan and needs to be killed. And what are they doing? They're doing what's expected, you would expect them to do. They're going around slaughtering and murdering teenagers, men, women, children, going through houses. They're doing the like Rwanda-style genocide. That's what's happening. That's what's going on. This is the bloody legacy of Israel, because Israel was in on this. And these people, think about this. Okay, this is this Islamic ISIS group. They overthrew, walked into the government. That's a whole nother story. They took charge of the country and immediately said, Israel's our friends. Really? An ISIS style group. We love Israel. They are friends. Israel takes part of their country. They're like, yeah, okay, well, they can have it. I mean, they're our buddies after a while, after all. So they're aligned with Israel. And they're like, yeah, we love. So they're aligned. And for some reason, this so-called ISIS group loves the West. This is not, let's not forget, who does ISIS attack? ISIS attacked Syria. ISIS attacked Iran. ISIS attacked Russia. ISIS doesn't attack the U.S. Interestingly enough, ISIS always attacks U.S. enemies, but for some reason they can never find the time. I guess they're just too busy attacking U.S. adversaries. to ever actually find the time to attack the U.S. No, my friends, the organ grinder don't attack the monkey. The monkey does not attack the organ grinder. The monkey goes around and he collects his money and he gives it back to the organ grinder, right? That's what's happening. So what do you have? The organ grinder is the same guy over and over and over. It's the U.S., it's the Zionists, it's the NATO countries. Now they've got these lunatics, they've let them loose, and they're doing what anyone could predict that they'll do. They're slaughtering people. Now what is going to happen is people are going to arm themselves to fight back. Some of them will be mowed down, and Syria will just turn into a battlefield, a sectarian battlefield of slaughter. Once again, the legacy of the Biden administration, this friggin' guy's Genghis Khan. Think about it. This friggin' guy is nasty. Look at the legacy of Joe Biden. 4 years in, how many Lebanese died from bombings? How many Syrians have died from bombings and now merciless slaughters because Biden and Blinken and his crew wanted to overthrow Syria? How many Palestinians are died? Hundreds of thousands, literally. How many? Their war in Ukraine to take out Russia. The Ukrainians have lost over 1 million men and probably another 2 or 3 million horrifically wounded. The Russians have lost at least 100, maybe 100, maybe 200,000. I don't know what the number is, but they've lost a bunch of men, a lot of men and women, of course. Terrorist attacks all over the place. I mean, how many mercenaries have died and on and on. So Ukraine has been a destabilized killing field. You know what they did? Here's what the Biden administration did. The Middle East to them was an area of conflict. We're going to bomb countries, overthrow countries, kill people, assassinations, drone murders, you name it. There's a lot of money to be made in the Middle East. There's a lot of war to be had so that the military industrial complex can get rich. And of course, there's a lot of oil there to be stolen and a lot of money to be pilfered and laundered. Let's make it happen. The Middle East was great. Here's what they're doing. There ain't enough there anymore. They moved it to Europe. Now Europe is a destabilized zone. Europe is a conflict zone. That's all they did. They turned Europe into the same kind of conflict zone as the Middle East. That was the plan. And you know what they do with a conflict zone? They make a fortune. That's what they're doing. They're making a fortune. Now, I guess they want to get out of that and go to Asia and turn Asia into a conflict zone so they can make a fortune in Asia. They got proxies there. They got the Philippines. They got South Korea. They got Japan. Maybe they can use these proxies. Maybe they can get them bombed and missiled to hell and turn Asia into a proxy zone. I mean, the United States is worldwide an arsonist, going around the world just setting everything on fire. And might I add, what's it all about? It's because the United States empire is collapsing. It's declining, right? And this is to try to save the empire. But the irony is that everything they do to try to save the empire only increases the rate of decline. It makes people hate us more. It's going to hurt our economy in the long run. It makes people okay, Trump, we want to save the dollar, save the dollar. We got to save the dollar. All of these sanctions are stupid. They're destroying the dollar. Fair enough. And what is his first move when Russia says we're pounding Ukraine? Screw that. We'll sanction you. It was a reactionary sanction, or it was the threat to sanction. Why? You know why? Tell you why Trump threatened to sanction Russia. Because he didn't know what else to do. It's simple. He couldn't think of another card to play. What card do we have to play against Russia? Could he threaten to bomb them? Nope, that wouldn't work. We'd get the crap knocked out of us or nuked. So he couldn't really threaten military aggression against Russia, right? What could he threaten against Russia? The only thing he could threaten to be sanctions and tariffs. That's the only card he has to play. And that card ain't going to do nothing. But that's all he got. You know what I mean? It's like, let's throw this at him, but it's not going to hurt him. But we don't have anything else to throw at him. Yeah, but it ain't going to hurt him. You know, it's like, we throw bombs. Okay, didn't work. Mortars didn't work. Grenades, we threw those grenades at them. Didn't work. Do we have anything else? Well, we've got a rock. Well, damn it, let's throw the rocks at them. But the rocks ain't going to work. If bombs and grenades and mortars didn't work, what makes you think a rock's going to work? No, I'm not throwing the rock at my enemy because it's going to work. I'm throwing it at him because I don't have nothing else to throw. I'm throwing because I don't have any weapons left, and all I got left is a rock, and I'll throw that. And I know it ain't going to do no good. That's Trump. We got to stop the Russians. They're pummeling the Ukrainians. Okay, what do? Sanctions. But we've done sanctions and it didn't work. Well, we don't have anything else. All righty, sanctions it is. And now he's not even going to really use sanctions. He's only using, this is what's so bad. That's so bad. This is what's so bad. Imagine if somebody said, all right, we got anything else to throw the enemy? No. Do we have any guns? Can we shoot at them? Nah, we're out of bullets. Can we throw mortars? We're out of mortars. Can we bomb them? We're out of bombs. All right. Can we throw a rock at them? We are out of rocks. I tell you what I'll do. I'll draw a picture of a rock, and we'll throw that picture of a rock at them. We'll throw a symbolic picture of a rock at them. That's what Trump is doing. Do we really have any sanctions left that we can sanction them? No. Okay, we'll symbolically sanction them then. Okay, what does that mean? That means we'll threaten to sanction them, and then we'll take out a piece of paper and we'll write Russia is sanctioned on that piece of paper, and we'll send it to the Russians. And the Russians will be like, yeah, okay, well, tell us something we didn't know. What are these new sanctions? Well, we don't really have any. But doggone it, you've been notified with that piece of paper. It's like an IOU from a homeless guy. Hey, can I borrow $1,000? Why, homeless guy? Because I don't have any money. Well, you said borrow. You're going to pay me back? I'll give you an IOU. He ain't paying you back. If he had $1,000 to pay you back, he wouldn't be laying in the street homeless with a bottle of hooch in his hand. If Trump really could sanction him, he wouldn't have to threaten to sanction him. He'd just sanction him. He'd say, doggone it, the Russians won't stop, institute sanction X. And they'd institute sanction X. He'd say, now, Russians, how about that? We've instituted sanction X. What are you going to do now? And the Russians would have to look at sanction X and figure out whether or not it hurt them. But he doesn't have sanction X. All he can do is draw a picture of sanctions and send it over to the Russians and hope that the symbolic sanctions will somehow frighten or hurt them. I have a funny feeling that sanction 26,001, that ain't going to be the one. It's not going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. I have a feeling Trump knows that. And so what Trump is really saying in a paradoxical manner, when he says they're pounding Ukraine, and everybody's like, yeah, tell me something. The Ukrainians are like, tell us something we don't know. We're getting pounded. But what Trump's saying is this. I'll end it with this. I got no more cards to play. The only thing I can do is draw a picture of a rock and throw that at them. Ball it up on a piece of paper. Take out a piece of paper, draw a picture of a rock, crumble it up, and throw it at your enemy. I don't even have a rock. All you can say is, do you have sanctions to sanction them? I'll just use the word sanctions to threaten to sanction them. Anything else? Write down the word sanction and make it into a paper airplane and throw it. Fax it to the Russians. Send them an email that says, you're sanctioned, darn it. You better come around right now, or I'm going to send you another email. And that email is going to say you're sanctioned too. Trump knows he has no cards to play. Nothing. It's over. So I guess with no cards to play, his only options are to accept that he has no cards to play and to come up with a strategy thereof, which would mean March 11th, meet with the Ukrainians. And don't tell them you have no cards to play. Tell them they have no cards to play. Because if you think about it, you're saying you have no cards to play by telling them, sit them down. Hey, welcome to Riyadh, Ukrainians. Hey, how's it going, guys? Well, maybe not so good. I think we need to have a talk. Okay, what is it? I know, we all know you got no cards to play. And there's the Russians. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the last week, but you've been getting pummeled. And they probably ain't going to stop. So here's where we are. In order to give the Russians a deal, you have to give them every damn thing they want. Otherwise, they're just going to crush you, run over you. I don't know if you noticed about Keir Starmer and Macron. Those guys are full of crap. They got nothing. They got nothing. If we got nothing, they got nothing. So here's the deal. Sign this. We'll give it to the Russians and we'll end this war. And the Ukrainians will look at the paper and they'll say, but there's nothing on it. Correct. You're going to sign this blank piece of paper. We're going to give it to the Russians and we're going to ask them to fill in the terms. The only two words on the top of this paper are unconditional surrender. That pretty much is the only card you can play right now. Unconditional surrender. Let's go with that. Ukrainians, no doubt, will say, no, we'll stand up and fight the Russians. And the Trump's people say, what do you mean we? We ain't going to fight the Russians. If you want to fight the Russians, best of luck to you. Either you sign this paper, we give it to the Russians and they'll fill it out, and then you're going to have to bite the bullet, or we're going to probably drop the sanctions on the Russians and start making a deal so we can eat, man. We got to eat. We're trying to make some money here, and you're getting in the way of it. That's what I see happening. Maybe I'm wrong. We shall see March 11th, but that's where we are. Let me start. As I said, don't forget, everybody, we have we got a join button. So if you can join, it's $3, $4, $5 a month. That's up to you. But if you can afford to join the channel, that's highly appreciated. Numero uno. Number two, of course, if you can afford to, buy me a coffee is always easy. Buy Garland a coffee. How much? 5 beans. How many? However the hell many. 1, maybe whatever you can do. 100. And of course, you can become just like Patreon by
So, back to the question. Do I think that US pulling out of Europe right now is a good thing for Europe? And I would say no, because this leaves a big vacuum of power. And the problem with that is these people, the same ones that we read about every single day, they will take this opportunity to grab as much of that power as possible. And there would be nothing wrong with that. The problem is the mindset, the ideology that drives all of this train towards a dead end. Hello, my friends. I hope you're all doing well. Today is Sunday, the 9th of March, and this is my only video update of the day. We're gonna kickstart this episode with one of the hottest topics of the moment, and that is the European leaders are now turning on each other. And as you would expect, it's about money. Just a few days ago, I've stated that sooner rather than later, we will see these people turning on each other, one by one. I just didn't expect it to happen quite so soon. But here we are, so grab the popcorn and let's see what's happening. Also, we have other things to talk about. The United States looks like they are planning to at least decrease their presence in Europe. We have also some news from Kursk. My friends, it's going to be a busy episode, so let's just go and see what's happening in Europe. France and Germany clash over EU defense boost as Brussels fears 150 billion euro deadlock. Last week, the European Commission proposed offering 150 billion euros in loans to EU member states to accelerate arms production. While the idea has brought political support, fierce debate has emerged over whether the funds should also be spent on purchasing non-EU weapons. Just to put things in context, the reason for why there's a fierce debate in between France and Germany is because Emmanuel Macron wants to attract as much of the 150 billion euros as possible in France. He wants France to become the go-to supplier of weapons for the whole of Europe. Whereas Olaf Scholz says, we don't like that idea. We don't want France to become too powerful. We don't want France to develop a huge military-industrial complex. That's what this is about. So Olaf Scholz is arguing his point by saying, well, why don't we purchase weapons from outside of the European Union, from other European states? This is an attempt on behalf of Olaf Scholz to just dilute the pool, to limit how much money Emmanuel Macron can actually get his hands on. That's what this is about. But let's see how Olaf Scholz makes the argument, because it's priceless. During a European Council summit on March the 6th, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz stressed that the plan should remain open to non-EU partners that share the Western values. Quote, for us, it's very important that projects eligible for support are open to countries that are not part of the European Union, but closely cooperate with it, such as the United Kingdom, Norway, Switzerland, or Turkey. So according to Olaf Scholz, all of those countries which he has listed share the Western values. Well, if that's the case, Olaf Scholz, if you really believe that, then can I just ask you, why is Turkey not an EU member? Because they've applied to become one ever since before I was born, and they're still not a member. If you truly believe that Turkey shares the Western values, then why don't you accept them in the European Union? Why is Ukraine on a fast-track membership to the EU, but Turkey is somewhere at the end of the queue? It's just a fair question, isn't it? These people, they will say whatever just to argue their point. This is just propaganda at its finest, but let's continue. French President Emmanuel Macron pushed back, emphasizing that Europe's focus should be on developing its own capabilities rather than relying on outside suppliers. Quote, funds shouldn't be spent on new ready-made kits that are, once again, non-European, Macron argued. Mr. Macron, you've been skipping out those geography classes, didn't you? I wonder what your geography teacher from high school would think of you, seeing the kind of statements that you make. Olaf Scholz was talking about Switzerland, Norway, and Turkey. And what does Macron reply with? Well, we don't want weapons from non-European countries. Those are European countries, Mr. Macron. What they're not are EU countries, but Europe and the European Union are two very different things, very different concepts. But of course, my friends, this is not a geography matter, of course. This is not even a principal decision. This is about money and about greed. He wants France to become the new supplier of weapons in Europe, and France currently is probably in the best position to be that, because Germany is completely deindustrialized, and there's no prospect for Germany to even come back on track. Even if Germany, let's say in a fantastic scenario, even if Germany was to decide that from tomorrow they're going to reindustrialize and start developing weapons, they don't have the infrastructure to do so, and they don't have the cheap energy that's required to do so. That's really what's going on here. Mr. Macron, he just wants to seize an opportunity. This is what happens when we have so much propaganda around. Sooner rather than later, these people who until yesterday they were lecturing you and I about democracy, they're now turning on each other, because this was never about democracy or about freedom. This was about money. Also, while we're on the subject, I want to raise another point. I've received a question in the comment section yesterday, which sounded like this. Seb, do you think the United States pulling out of Europe is a good thing for Europe? And I'm afraid the answer is not that simple. If you would have asked me this question, say 10 or 15 years ago, I wouldn't have hesitated to say yes, because at the time we were much better equipped with taking the reins of our own fate. Our industries were still doing well, some of them very well. Our politicians still had some perspective and some level of competence. Diplomacy, believe it or not, was still a thing in Europe. The social demographic issues were nowhere near as prevalent as they are today. The conclusion is, in almost every single regard, Europe was a much better place 10, 15, 20 years ago, even 25 years ago, than it is today. So, back to the question. Do I think that US pulling out of Europe right now is a good thing for Europe? And I would say no, because this leaves a big vacuum of power. And the problem with that is these people, the same ones that we read about every single day, they will take this opportunity to grab as much of that power as possible. And there would be nothing wrong with that. The problem is the mindset, the ideology that drives all of this train towards a dead end. This is the problem in Europe today. This is why, personally, I don't see US pulling out of Europe as a positive for Europe. 20 years ago, it would have been a positive, because at the time, there were neoconish administrations in the United States who were definitely interfering with European politics. But today, we see every single day countless articles. It looks like the neocons have transferred themselves from the United States in these European administrations. I hope this makes sense. So, let's continue. Russia uses gas pipeline to surprise Ukrainian forces in Kursk, bloggers say. Russia was storming the town of Suja on Sunday after special forces used a gas pipeline to surprise Ukrainian units as part of a major offensive to eject Ukrainian soldiers from the western Russian region of Kursk, pro-Russian war bloggers said. Yuri Podolyaka, a Ukrainian-born pro-Russian military blogger, said Russian special forces had walked about 15 kilometers along inside of a major gas pipeline, and some had spent several days in the pipe before surprising Ukrainian forces from the rear near Suja. Quote, fighting continued throughout the night in Suja, said Podoliaka. The fighting did not stop. Another war blogger, Yuri Kotenok, said that Ukrainian forces have been moving equipment away from Suja, closer to the border. Quote, at the moment, our units are attacking in the northeastern part of Suja and fighting in the area of Lomonosov Street and the industrial zone of Suja, Kotenok said. So this is what happened in the Kursk pocket, and even though it was a unit of Russian special forces who have finally broken the deadlock in Suja, now the Russian reinforcements continue to pour in. The situation for Ukraine is really dire. However, Forbes tell us that actually the situation is a lot worse than it looks. Let me take you over to this article from the New Voice of Ukraine. Russian drone tactics cripple Ukraine's logistics in Kursk Oblast, says Forbes. The timing couldn't have been worse for Ukraine. The move came just as US President Donald Trump's administration cut off intelligence sharing and ammunition supplies. According to Forbes, the setback has already cost Ukraine some hard-won territory and now threatens a key supply route leading to the main military base in the city of Suja. Forbes identified the Russian units involved as the 177th Marine Regiment, the 810th Marine Brigade, and the 11th Air Assault Brigade, all now reinforced by a fresh wave of North Korean troops. But it's Russia's cutting-edge drone tactics that are making the biggest impact. Moscow has deployed the Rubicon Advanced Drone System Center, an elite drone unit that independent analyst Andrew Perpetua says is significantly reducing Ukraine's advantage in drone warfare. There is so much propaganda in these three paragraphs that we need to address it point by point. First of all, they're trying to make the case that, look, the only reason for why the Ukrainians are suffering the defeat in the Kursk pocket is because the United States has stopped the sharing of military intelligence and has stopped the flow of weapons. Well, even if the United States has stopped all of that, if, for example, they will stop the flow of weapons, the effect of it won't be felt until weeks, if not months later. This is how it works. The United States doesn't throw weapons across the ocean, because in that case, yes, once you stop, the effect will be felt immediately. But it doesn't work that way. If the United States has stopped sending weapons now, Ukraine will not feel this until at the very latest, possibly May or June. These people, the propaganda just doesn't stop. Also, for the Russians to put together such an operation, it took weeks, if not months. So at the time, the Russians couldn't have known what the United States was going to do. But again, this is just to portray the Ukrainians as, look, they're very brave, which they are, but this is why they lost. They lost because the North Koreans, oh yes, the North Koreans are back into the picture. I mean, just when you think that a ridiculous story will just die out, oh, it doesn't. They just bring it back to life. The only thing that makes sense there is the fact that that the Ukraine is suffering a defeat and the Russians are capturing territory back. Also, another point I want to raise is the very last thing that they say, that the fact that the Russians have sent their best drone units there, well, this nullifies the advantage that Ukraine has in drone warfare. Ukraine doesn't have an advantage in drone warfare. If they ever had one, it was at the beginning of the conflict. And I'll explain why. Ukraine never had access to a lot of artillery shells and ammunition, so they had to rely on alternatives, aka drones. The Russians didn't have this problem at the beginning. They were making heavy use of artillery, and they didn't prioritize drones just as much. However, once it became obvious just how powerful the drones can be, the Russians have adapted. They've started developing their own drones. They've cooperated with other countries in order to develop drones. At the moment, Ukraine doesn't have an advantage in this sector, not anymore. In fact, they don't have an advantage in this for a long time. But I guess Forbes didn't get the memo. My friends, this is the world we live in. It's just a lot of propaganda, especially around these topics, because God forbid somebody admits that the Russians are winning. Of course not. The Russians are not winning. We are losing. The United States is losing. This is really the narrative now. It's not the Russians who are winning. We've lost. The United States made us lose. Let's move on. And we have a statement from Mr. Tusk. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has indirectly reproached the United States for his recent actions in the Russo-Ukrainian war, following yet another Russian attack on Ukrainian cities that caused civilian casualties. This is what happens when someone appeases barbarians. More bombs, more aggression, more victims. Another tragic night in Ukraine. Of course, this is an indirect message towards the United States, basically saying, look, you're not doing well by appeasing the Russians. But Mr. Tusk, is this the only time that this has happened in the last 3 years? Is this the only night when the Russians have attacked Ukraine? Is this the only night when the Russian missiles went into Ukraine? Of course not. We've seen this almost every night. So why appeasing makes a difference? For the worst, apparently. Of course it doesn't. This is just another line of narrative. United States bad, Europe good. What I didn't expect it is for this to come from Donald Tusk. Because for these last 3 years, if there was one country in Europe who was in deadlock with the United States, that was Poland. But now even Mr. Tusk is singing the European song. Oh, let's have another look. And now we have another tweet, but from Viktor Orban. Granting EU membership to Ukraine is not a decision that should be made behind closed doors in Brussels, without consulting the European public. We will put the question of Ukraine's EU membership to a vote in Hungary, and the Hungarian people will have their say. We will follow their will. I must admit, I like Viktor Orban's idea very much, even beyond the context of Ukraine EU membership. I think that whenever something big is about to happen in Europe, something that can have very dangerous implications, it should be the people who would have a say in it. But of course, that's not exactly what happens in reality. Point being, I think this is a great decision. I think this is a great idea. But you know, there is something who doesn't think so. That somebody is Mr. Sikorski. Hungary intends to hold a referendum on Ukraine's future membership in the European Union. And I would be curious about the results of the EU referendum on the membership of Orban's Hungary. Mr. Sikorski, Hungary is already a member of the European Union. Ukraine is not. But you see, Radoslav Sikorski doesn't have arguments, so he just goes to the usual classic deflection. If you can't counteract it with an argument, then just deflect. Just distract the people from what Viktor Orban is saying to something ridiculous, such as his idea. My friends, I wanted to show this because this exposes the mindset of these European leaders. These are the people who represent Europe at the highest echelons. I know it's crazy, but it is what it is. My friends, I wish you a really good rest of this Sunday, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, and bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Today is March 9th, 2025, and we have a special guest back on the show, Laith Marouf. Laith joins us from Lebanon. Laith is an award-winning journalist and political commentator. Laith has been working in media since 1999. Laith is also one of the creators and producers of the volunteer TV station and news outlet Free Palestine TV, which can be found on all social media platforms and via freepalestine.video. Free Palestine TV not only has the best analysis of what's going on in the world and West Asia of any English language news outlet, but they are one of the best sources of news from the front lines. And Free Palestine TV publishes several videos per day from the front lines of Palestine, including the West Bank and Lebanon. So due to the fact that it is so difficult to get reliable and accurate news from the mainstream media in the West, We are very grateful to have Lays join us on the Activist News Network for weekly news update on Palestinian resistance to Israel's occupation and genocidal campaign against Palestine. Lays, thank you for coming back on the show, and welcome back to Activist News Network.
Good to be with you, Erica.
Lays, we wanted to start off asking about Syria. It was reported yesterday on March 8th that at least 147 people have been killed in Syria in the past 2 days as security forces from the country's US-backed Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS-led government carried out a series of massacres and extrajudicial executions against several people in the country's coastal regions as part of a broader security campaign to target remnants of the former Syrian Arab army. Laith, what has really been going on in Syria in the last few days?
Yeah, I mean, the framing of your question was great. The only problem is the last part, which is about the quote-unquote remnants of the Syrian Arab army. In reality, also, by the way, the number of killed since 2 days now is nearing 10,000 now. And it's attacks on the remote villages in the coastal region that have nobody protecting them or anything like that. And in some neighborhoods in the cities on the coast, also there was attacks on Alawi families and Christian families, and the numbers huge, 10,000 almost. This is the staggering number, and there's videos everywhere of children and women being killed. These Wahhabi death squads are filming themselves and sharing it online, the content. And the armed rebellion that started in the coastal areas was a response to some provocations that were happening similar to this over the last 2 months since the fall of the Assad government. And so what we see is, because these Wahhabi death squads, these videos are full of Uzbeks and Turkmen and Uyghur and Chechen fighters that are rampaging in these villages, because they are unable to actually fight the rebellion that's in the coast, mainly concentrated in the mountains. They're taking it out on civilians across these villages that are remote and or obviously on the main highways and stuff like this that are not protected. We don't know where Syria is going. This is, I think we see also in the south of Syria, in Sueda, there's also an armed rebellion there, and the HTS hasn't entered Sueda region. And in the cities, things are starting to also boil because there was multiple Sunni imams that are famous in the country that made statements condemning the ethnic cleansing that is happening of the Alawite and Christian and Shia populations. We saw them getting lynched and killed, and the videos even of these preachers, Sunni preachers, being tortured and executed by HTS Wahhabi death squads. So the country is on edge, but it tells you how whatever the West plotted to take down the government of Bashar al-Assad, and what they are now dealing with is two different things. They thought they're going to have an easy time controlling this country, but the truth is there's no way that Syria, even with its Sunni majority, will accept these Wahhabi death squad international mercenaries to rule over them.
To that point, it was reported also on March 6th that at least 16 members of the U.S.-backed HTS were killed during ambushes by armed groups identifying themselves, as you named, the Coastal Shield Forces, which local media, as you pointed out, are describing as the remnants of the Assad regime. So what are you hearing about these ambushes, and how significant is this development?
The ambushes are more wide than that. The Syrian Human Rights Observatory, which is an anti-Syrian government body that, if our viewers may remember, over the 14 years of the war on Syria, was reporting all these fake atrocities by the Syrian government against the population. And so this is not a pro-Assad outlet. Yesterday, last night, they announced that over the last 2 days, something like 300 somewhat Wahhabi death squads have been killed over the last 2 days in ambushes across the country. And so if they are admitting this number, then the number is much bigger. And this is not this is an imperialist Zionist source that's telling us these numbers. So on the one hand, the HTS doesn't have enough of these mercenaries to govern the whole country, like 30, 40,000 fighters. You don't have enough there for a police force even to run the streets of the major cities. So what is happening is that we see both Israel, the United States, and Turkey having to expand in the heartland of Syria while having these death squads take over remote areas like the mountains on the coast. See, this is why up until now, and they will never, HTS or the Turks fight the Israelis inside Syria. In fact, they're just withdrawing where Israel is occupying in the south regions. So this is the situation for HTS. And as the armed rebellion starts spreading in different parts, not only the coast, not only Sueda, and this is to note for all our viewers, the revolution against the French in the 1920s and again in the 1940s, in Syria, where didn't come from the major cities as a beginning point, like Damascus or Aleppo. It started always in the coast, in Sueda, and in Deir ez-Zor. And those are kind of the peripheries of the land of Syria. And up until now, we have two components of that traditional revolutionary base that are already active, Sueda and the coast. So any minute now, if the tribes of Deir ez-Zor also rebel, we will have a moment that definitely could lead to the collapse of the imperialist Wahhabi death squad's rule in Damascus.
Do you get a sense that the formation, which is being known as the Coastal Shield Forces, do they have support of the Syrian people? Does HTS?
Yeah, definitely, this is a representative of people of the coast of Syria, but it's also in collaboration right now with the other armed groups that are forming and have been formed over the last 2 months to fight the HTS in the other parts of the country, whether it's the fighting groups in Sueda and the SSNP, the Syrian Social National Party, that has revived its military wing, or Hezbollah Syria. All of those are right now joining together under this National Council of Liberation, basically. It's this is the nascent part of an armed revolution, against Wahhabi and foreign occupation of Syria.
Thank you. Is there anything else regarding Syria that we haven't covered or discussed that you think the viewers should know?
Well, one last thing I would say is that we can see that it's beginning to spill over to the countries that are around Syria. So on the one hand, we saw the Alawi population in Turkey, Turkish citizens. Remember, there's a huge part of southern Turkey that the French gave to Turkey in 1930, chopped it off out of Syria, and the vast majority of Alawis lived in that area of Skandaron, Ghazi, and that's actually a bigger Alawi population than that is in Syria. So the Alawi population in Turkey over the last 2 days have been demonstrating, and this is a huge population, 20 somewhat million people in Turkey, and they have made statements, the leaders of the Alawi sect in Turkey, threatening to Erdogan, president of Turkey, if he continues to back the Wahhabi death squads, slaughtering, ethnically cleansing, genociding Alawis in Syria, that they will have an armed rebellion inside Turkey. Okay? And this is very serious because the area where the Alawi population is a majority hosts also the biggest American base, Jerlik base in the Iskenderun province that the French gave to the Turks. We saw over the last 2 days, as the HTS failed to control the region of the coast, that the Turkish military pushed further in Idlib to give the HTS the ability to move its forces from Idlib into the coast to conduct this genocide that's happening. And without the Turkish expanded presence in Syria, HTS will have had less maneuverability to conduct the genocide that we're seeing being conducted. That's on one hand. And the last thing I would say about the effects to the neighbors, or actually there's two more things, I'm sorry about that. In North Lebanon, there's on both sides of the border, Alawi population. So on the outskirts of Tarablos city, the whole north part is Alawis, and they are, the same tribes, the same families on both sides of the border. And there's already was clashes in the northern Tarablos region between the Alawi population and supporters of HTS in the area, and armed fights. Closer to what happened a few weeks ago, last month, which we filmed on Free Palestine TV, in the Hermel Beqa Valley area, in the North Beqa Valley on the border of Syria, where there was clashes last month while the HTS was trying to ethnically cleanse the Lebanese people that live in that area. We also saw a return to those clashes between the Lebanese tribes on the border with the HTS. So this is spilling into Lebanon. And finally, on the side of Iraq, the HTS was so worried during this beginnings of this armed rebellion in the coast about the possibility of the Iraqi tribes and the popular mobilization units crossing in from Iraq to provide support to the revolutionaries in the country that are fighting HTS. And we saw a huge movement of HTS support units and so forth to the border area, and increased outings of American flights and so on the border to give air cover to the HTS in a situation of an Iraqi invasion to help the population against these Wahhabi death squads.
I want to circle back to Lebanon if we can. On Friday, March 7th, it was reported that hundreds of Israeli settlers crossed the border into Lebanese territory under the protection of the Israeli occupation army in order to visit what they say is the tomb of a 4th century rabbi. The Lebanese army condemned the settler incursion into South Lebanon as a, quote, blatant violation of the ceasefire agreement. So what is your reaction to this news?
Yeah, I mean, everything, they want to desecrate everything, and they want to claim everything at the same time. This is what the psychosis of Zionism is. On the one hand, they want to erase and destroy, and on the other, they want to, you would say this in the United States and Canada when a settler wants to pretend that they're indigenous, like what's her name, former Democrat that claimed that she had some like Pocahontas kind of blood. Trump used to call her Pocahontas. I forgot her name.
Elizabeth Warren.
Elizabeth Warren. So you'd call them instead of indigenous, they would call it, there's a joke for it, pretendian, right? Instead of Indian, pretendian. I mean, these people want to be also pretend Semites. So this shrine has nothing to do with a Jewish former rabbi. It is a holy shrine for the people in the region. It's a wise man's shrine. But we see them how they destroy whole archaeological sites and attack so many archaeological sites and religious sites in South Lebanon and in Palestine. And the Lebanese government and the Lebanese new president and new prime minister are being humiliated by their own allies, the Zionists. And the master in the White House, who brought in this new president, new prime minister, can't even stop his other vassals, the Zionists, from humiliating them. There was a lot of backlash in the population here in Lebanon against the president and the prime minister and the military and their inaction to stop this invasion by fanatics into a religious holy site that is beloved in the country. So that's all we can be said about that. But this is not going to stop until somebody stops them by force.
Is there anything else regarding the ceasefire, Hezbollah or Lebanon, that we haven't yet covered that you think is important that we do discuss?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday and the day before, there was attacks by the Israelis. The Zionist Air Force conducted over 24 air raids 2 nights ago in the south of Lebanon. Huge explosions, mass destruction again. And yesterday there was an attack on a civilian car. This morning there was sniper fire on civilians, people injured in severe condition. So there is no such thing as ceasefire on the Zionist side. But clearly, look at the bigger picture. We just talked about Syria and what's now Lebanon. Clearly, and we're going to talk about the West Bank, Gaza, all of that. clearly nothing is stopping. Clearly things are coming together that at any moment we will be in full-out war that is going to spill across borders. And this is not because, this is the plan, although should have been the plan of the axis of resistance. It's being forced by the action of the Zionists and the imperialists. So the more Israel expands in Syria in its occupation, which that's another thing, and the more it occupies of Lebanese border of lands, the more these Wahhabi death squads are killing and crossing to kill into Lebanon and others, the more the Sykes-Picot borders are being erased by the Zionists, by the imperialists, which makes the battlefield unified. Even when the axis of resistance tried for 16 months to not get it into a full regional war, and maybe they made a big mistake there. They should have probably went from the beginning into full war. Those are things people, that are inside these organizations and states probably had more calculations that we can just think about as we're talking. But yeah, the situation in Lebanon hasn't can't be described at all as a ceasefire.
Yeah, I think to your point, it hasn't stopped, and I think it, at least on the West, and it has always been the intention for a full-out war, as it appears. Because we also wanted to ask you about Gaza. On March 1st, the 57th member organization of Islamic Cooperation formally adopted a plan proposed by the Arab League during an emergency meeting in Saudi Arabia. The plan also referred to as the Egyptian plan and envisioned setting aside $53 billion to reconstruct Gaza and forming a committee to manage it for 6 months in preparation for the quote-unquote return of the Palestinian Authority. And on March 8th, the foreign ministries of the UK, Germany, France, and Italy announced their support for the Egyptian proposal as a substitute to Donald Trump's quote-unquote Riviera scheme that seeks to ethnically cleanse the Strip. Despite the appearance of growing support for the Egypt plan, it seems to be lacking something crucial, namely the input of Hamas and the people of Gaza. And for those in the audience that may not be aware, Hamas is not just a military force defending Gaza and the people of Gaza, but it is also a political party that was democratically elected by the people of Gaza to lead Gaza. Laith, what is your reaction to this news and these proposed plans?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when something is imaginary, it's never going to happen. You can say whatever you want to. And why I'm saying this is that, look, this morning, the Israeli military attacked with a drone a Egyptian tractor, bulldozer, flying the Egyptian flag in Gaza that has been allowed to enter to lift some of the rubble, and it has an Egyptian driver. The Egyptian driver is almost dead. We don't know if he's dead now. I haven't heard the latest update. So clearly, the Israelis will not allow anybody to rebuild Gaza if they're not militarily forced to do so. So who's going to come in and what are they going to do and how much money they're going to spend? And that's all talk, hot air talk. And it's designed to absolve the collaborationist vassal regimes that govern most of the Arabic world and the Muslim world of their culpability in the genocide and the starvation and destruction of Gaza. So I don't care how much money and they're proposing and what they're proposing, because it's nothing. And so the only thing that we can get from the proposal by the Egyptians and the Jordanians and the Saudis and the Qataris and the Turks, and now supported by the French and the Germans and whatever, is that Trump is proposing ethnic cleansing and expulsion of the Palestinians as a way to sustain the Zionist Jewish supremacist colony and its numerical, advantage within the land of Palestine over the indigenous, because they are now a minority, the Jews. There's more Palestinians back for the first time since 1948 inside the historic Palestine than Jews. And so his proposal to maintain the Zionist colony, Trump's proposal, is the expulsion of the Palestinians. While the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the Germans, the French are saying no. They'd rather that the solution would be genocide. Go ahead and continue killing the Palestinians, starving them, culling their population out in the open. We'd rather that solution. That's really what it is. Okay. So no, nobody's going to come and save the Palestinians except people that carry arms against the Zionist colony. Everybody else is just actually finding ways to help the Zionists.
Yeah, as you were speaking, I was thinking just in terms of Haiti currently, how these institutions are propped up to make decisions for with no regard to thinking of the core group, Terracom's involvement now. It's just like these neo-colonial comprador institutions that, yeah, make believe because without the insight or anything coming from the people who inevitably would have to save themselves, all of these are imaginary solutions that don't offer any kind of solution for the people. Also wanted to ask you about the reports from Friday, March 7th, wherein the leader of Yemen's Ansarullah resistance movement, Abdul Malik Houthi, announced a 4-day grace period for Israel to resume ceasefire talks and lift its blockade on its humanitarian aid for Gaza, threatening to resume Sana's naval operations against Israeli-linked ships. Abdul Malik Houthi is quoted as saying, "We meet the siege with the siege," adding that Yemen, quote, "cannot stand by and watch Israeli enemies' aggressive approach in the starving of Palestinian people in Gaza," end quote. Laith, what is your reaction to this news?
I mean, this is the most blunt and forceful defense of the Palestinian people and the ceasefire on the planet. And, after we saw all the destruction of Lebanon and all the genocide that we're seeing right now in Syria, and in the midst of that, the president, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, the head of the Ansarullah movement, says that we're going to re-engage in full-out war against the Zionist colony and against anyone that's going to defend them, like the Brits and the Americans and so on, as we saw before. This is not going to be only a return to attacks on the shipping lanes. This is going to be a full military defense. And so this is a very high statement. And the people of Yemen are behind their leaders. And I don't know what the Americans are going to do. It's not like Biden didn't put all the American military might behind stopping the Yemeni defense of Palestine. The U.S. was resoundingly defeated. The Navy of the United States was resoundingly defeated. First time it has a military naval defeat since World War II. So what is Trump going to do? He's going to have to pressure Netanyahu to return to the negotiations table, but I don't know if he can do that with whatever the Epstein circles have on videos on Trump and his family, their depravities. He's clearly not going to be confronting Netanyahu or the Zionists as a blackmailed president.
So just staying with Yemen for a bit, on March 5th, It was announced that Yemen downed yet another U.S. MQ-9 drone over the Yemen's Al-Hodeidah district. Since November 2023, the Yemeni armed forces have downed at least 15 U.S.-made MQ-9 drones, with each drone costing over $30 million. What is your reaction to this news, Lee?
I mean, definitely Yemen are the world champions in the MQ-9 hunting category. And this is supposed to be the most advanced drone in the American arsenal. So that shows you, the air defenses capabilities of Yemen and their development. And we saw over the last week, Yemen announcing the beginning of deployment of a new air defense systems that they have designed and developed through their own engineering capabilities, and it's now indigenously produced. So I think coupled with the coastal defense systems that they have, whether it's their drones and cruise and hypersonic missiles that they use on the American Navy, Yemen is getting to a stage right now of becoming, has more defenses than probably any country in the region other than Iran in the air capabilities, the defense of its airspace and projection, into the sea. So these are amazing achievements. I hope Yemen develops even more, and all the damage that we saw over the last 16 months in the axis of resistance, what we see in both Yemen and the rise of the resistance in Syria, the revolutionary resistance in Syria, these are all good hopes for changes in the overall battle.
So I wanted to ask you about the West Bank. On Friday, March 7th, it was reported that the Israeli occupation forces raided at least 6 mosques in the occupied West Bank city of Nablus at dawn on the first day of the Islamic holy month of Ramadan, while also preventing the morning prayer from being held and detaining 3 Palestinians during their incursion into the city. The Israeli occupation troops also fired live ammunition, stun grenades, and tear gas canisters while storming multiple neighborhoods in the city. What do you have to say about this, Laith? Is there anything that we should know about the West Bank this past week?
Yes. The West Bank situation is getting worse and worse. Obviously, you mentioned all those attacks in Nablus. One of those mosques, the Israeli occupation forces set on fire just for the hell of it. The situation in Hebron, or Al-Khalil in Arabic, where the Ibrahimi Mosque is, the Zionist authorities are refusing to allow Muslims to pray in the Ibrahimi Mosque, even during Fridays during Ramadan. So they basically banned Muslims from entering Muslim holy site. And, this is where Prophet Abraham is buried. And it's, every Ramadan in other religious occasions is very packed usually with the worshippers. This is happening at the same time as the complete destruction of much of the refugee camps outside Nablus and Tulkarem and Jenin, and now it's spreading, to other cities and other refugee camps. The Zionists are going on a rampage. The lowest numbers that are being reported are like around the 50,000 internally displaced right now in the West Bank. I think it's much closer to right now 150,000, because it's not only concentrated anymore in the 3 major cities in the north, Tulkarem, Jenin, and Nablus. It's spreading all over. and the situation in Jerusalem, also Eastern Jerusalem, which has been completely ignored. And it's much harder for even us as FPTV, Free Palestine TV, to do any coverage from inside Jerusalem. There's been hundreds of homes that have been demolished over the last few months by the Israelis, and thousands of Palestinian Jerusalemites that are now, homeless and have to find a way to even legally stay in Jerusalem, since their residences have been destroyed because of how the apartheid system in the Zionist colony works. A Palestinian Jerusalemite doesn't have a residence, is basically expelled to the West Bank. So we're, this situation is really bad in the West Bank, and the Palestinian authorities continues to collaborate and help the Zionist target civilians.
I want to pivot to Iran. On Friday, March 7th, and clearly Friday was a busy day, it was reported that U.S. President Trump said he had sent a letter to the Iranian government seeking to negotiate a deal regarding Tehran's nuclear program. And the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi responded by saying that, quote, if America wants to return to a new nuclear agreement with Iran, naturally, it should observe the conditions of a fair and just negotiation. And we have proven that we will not answer the language of pressure and threat, but that we will respond to the language of respect and dignity as we did in the past, end quote. This seems to be U.S. gangsterism, bully tactics, particularly under President Trump and this regime, but has it had any impact on Iran? What is your reaction to this news?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Ayatollah Khamenei gave a speech almost a month ago, and to the leaders of the armed forces of Iran, generals, Navy and Army, and Air Force and Air Defense and so on. And in that speech, he said there's no negotiations, the Americans can't be trusted. And so that was signaled to the government of President Pezeshkian that the armed forces and the Ayatollah do not agree with the statements that were coming out that were very liberal from specifically the special advisor to President Pezeshkian, former foreign affairs minister of Iran, what's his name, who negotiated the original nuclear deal, because the guy was going around, including at the World Economic Forum, speaking in liberal terms of renegotiated deals and so forth. So we saw then a clash inside the parliament of Iran, and the majority of the MPs, members of parliament, pushing for Iran preparedness defense-wise for any possible attacks by the US. And finally, we saw the president President Pezeshkian speaking to the parliament, saying that Iran is preparing to defend itself, that we are at war. And that's the truth. They are at war. You can't lie about that. And America and the United States is still at war, and the Zionists is still at war with them, and they have to be prepared for that. So that led to the resignation of the advisor to the president, former foreign minister. And now it's clear the United States realized that Trump's aggressive bullying speeches and threats to Iran, in fact, weakened the liberal wing within the Iranian state that is represented by those who were around the new president, Bazakhshan, the liberal side of the establishment. And they were, they came into power after the assassination of President Raisi, and it was really stupid for Trump to bully them publicly because he weakened what could have been his allies within the Iranian establishment. And now we have a more aggressive Iranian government, and advisors around the president are more aggressive in terms of will not accept bullying and so forth.
Well, Laith, as always, appreciate you. Those were all the questions.
There are a lot of people with very extreme views in the Donald Trump administration in the United States. Overseeing U.S. foreign policy is Marco Rubio, a notorious neoconservative war hawk who has strongly supported many U.S. wars. And during Trump's first term, he even proposed that the U.S. military should consider invading Venezuela. Then there's the U.S. National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, who's another neocon who has called for a very aggressive policy against China and Iran, basically pushing for war on Iran. However, among all of the members of Trump's cabinet, I think the figure who has the most extreme views of all is the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth. In 2020, Hegseth published a book called American Crusade, in which he proudly declared that he is a crusader, and he argued that the United States is in a holy war against China, the international left, and Islam. I'm not exaggerating in any way. He literally used the terms crusade and holy war to describe what he thinks the United States is doing today. I read through his book. It's nearly 300 pages, and there are so many crazy and extreme things in this book that I'm going to talk about today. But one of the most concerning parts of it that I want to emphasize is that in this book, the current U.S. Defense Secretary called for overthrowing the government of China. Pete Hegseth outlined his vision for what the United States would look like if Donald Trump and the Republicans could remain in power. Again, he wrote this in 2020 on the eve of the 2020 election. And he predicted that the Chinese socialist system would be overthrown, socialism would be defeated. He also said secularism would be defeated because he's a theocrat. And I want to read a passage here from this book that shows what Hegseth wants to happen. This is his vision under Trump in the United States. Quote, "Communist China will fall and lick its wounds for another 200 years," end quote. So he wants to put China back into the century of humiliation, like it when it was partially colonized in the 19th and early 20th centuries. He wants to overthrow the government of China, where there are 1.4 billion people, the largest economy in the world when its GDP is measured at purchasing power parity. And he doesn't want China to recover for 200 years. And then he also predicted, quote, "Islamists will never get a nuclear weapon, but will be preemptively bombed back to the 700s when they try," end quote. So not only does he want China to be repressed for 200 years, but he also wants Muslim majority countries, and there are billions of Muslims in the world. He wants them to go back to the 8th century. And then Hegseth wrote in this book, quote, "Israel and America will form an even tighter bond, fighting the scourge of Islamism and international leftism that will never fully abate, end quote. Of course, as part of his extreme fundamentalist views and also his warmongering imperialist views, Hegseth considers that the United States and Israel were blessed by God in the Holy War, and he actually has tattoos from the Crusades. He has something that's known as the Crusader Cross that's tattooed on his chest. This was the cross, the symbol used by the original Crusaders in the 11th and 12th centuries. And he also has a tattoo in Latin that says Deus Vult, which means God wills it. And that was the slogan used by the Crusaders in the 11th and 12th centuries. This guy is an extreme Christian fundamentalist. He is opposed to secularism. He wrote an entire chapter opposing what he called evil secularism. He argued against the separation of church and state. He argued that the United States should base its laws on the Bible. And he called on Christians today in the 21st century to continue the crusades that were started over 1,100 years ago. By the way, I should point out that the reason that Donald Trump even discovered this guy in the first place is because Hegseth was a host on Fox News. He worked at Fox News for a decade, and Trump regularly watched him on TV and decided, hey, that guy would be great to run the Pentagon, to oversee the U.S. Department of Defense, managing the most powerful and dangerous military on earth. And as U.S. Defense Secretary, Hegseth has been very aggressive. In fact, he regularly appears on Fox News, where he previously worked for years. And in an interview on Fox in March, he said the United States is prepared to go to war with China. And this was in response to the Chinese embassy in the U.S. responding to Donald Trump's threats. You know, Trump has imposed more and more tariffs on China. The average tariff on China is now around 33%, and every month Trump keeps expanding tariffs. And in response to these threats, the Chinese embassy in the U.S. said that we are going to defend our country, and if the U.S. wants to wage a war, a tariff war, any other kind of war with us, we are going to defend our country. Fox News portrayed this as a so-called threat, but it's actually the Trump administration that is threatening China, and China is responding. So Pete Hegseth was asked about this on Fox News, and he said that we're prepared, if necessary, to go to war.
This was posted by the Chinese embassy. Quote, if war is what the U.S. wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. As Secretary of Defense, how do you take that?
Well, we're prepared. Those who long for peace must prepare for war. That's why we're rebuilding our military. That's why we're reestablishing deterrence and the warrior ethos, is because we live in a dangerous world with powerful ascendant countries with very different ideologies. You mentioned defense spending. They're rapidly increasing their defense spending, modern technology. They want to supplant the United States. If we want to deter war with the Chinese or others, we have to be strong. And that president understands peace comes through strength. We need the defense spending, the capabilities, the weapons, and the posture in the Indo-Pacific, which is something we're very much focusing.
There's an entire section of Hegseth's book that is dedicated to fear-mongering about China. He wrote that, quote, our largest geopolitical foe is communist China, end quote. And he quoted President Trump during his first term when Trump said that China is a threat to the world. This is a quote from Trump in the White House back in 2019.
Obviously, China is a threat to the world in a sense because they're building a military faster than anybody.
In his book, Hegseth wrote that, quote, even Mickey Mouse would understand that the communist Chinese government and its economic engine are a threat, and we must compel our companies to stop enabling them with American technology. We must bring the companies back home to America coercively if necessary, end quote. And what's also funny, very ironic, is that he accused China of lying, cheating, and stealing. And he said, quote, you cannot trade fairly with an enemy that lies, cheats, and steals, end quote. I put a little note here when I was reading his book that this is deeply ironic because during Trump's first term, Trump's CIA director and then Secretary of State was the neoconservative war hawk Mike Pompeo. And Pompeo famously admitted in a speech at a U.S. military academy, he said, "I was the CIA director and we trained people how to lie, cheat, and steal."
What's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do. I was the CIA director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. It was like we had entire training courses.
So as the saying goes, every accusation that the U.S. makes about another country is actually a confession for what the U.S. empire itself does, which includes lying, cheating, and steal, and threatening the world and waging war everywhere and overthrowing foreign governments and meddling in foreign affairs of independent sovereign countries. But in this book, the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, he complains that, quote, "the Chinese have used their wealth to consolidate communist power, spread their influence around the globe, and ultimately shape our culture," end quote. He fearmongered about China's global infrastructure project, the Belt and Road Initiative, and he claimed that China, quote, "wants to control the 21st century," end quote. And then he fearmongered about China's influence in American media outlets and universities. He talked about Walt Disney and Confucius institutes on U.S. college campuses where, they teach people how to speak Chinese, but he thinks that's an evil plot. And Pete Hegseth wrote that the Chinese, quote, "are literally the villains of our generation," end quote. So he sees the world like a Hollywood movie. It's between good and bad. The U.S. and Israel are the heroes, the good guys, and China and Muslims, according to him, are the villains in this Hollywood movie. And finally, Hegseth concluded this section on China in his book, claiming that China is waging a technological war, cultural war, trade war, and military war. He claimed that China wants the, quote, "reestablishment of the former Chinese empire," which is completely false. It's not true. And then he said in his typical hysterical fashion, quote, "if we don't stand up to communist China now, we will be standing for the Chinese anthem someday," end quote. So this is the guy running the military, running the Pentagon, and do not expect him to pursue peace with China. He's made it very clear that his goal is overthrowing the Chinese government. And that's why, on Fox News, he's saying that the U.S. is prepared for war with China. This is very dangerous. Now, I'm going to go through some of the other passages from his book, American Crusade, and you can see some of his other very extreme views. But before that, I want to talk about what Hegseth has been like as the U.S. Defense Secretary. His rhetoric has been very aggressive. In fact, just a few days after the Trump administration came to power in January, Hegseth delivered a message to the U.S. Armed Forces, and he pledged, quote, "we will remain the strongest and most lethal force in the world." This has basically become Hegseth's personal catchphrase. He constantly repeats that he's going to make the U.S. military the most lethal in the world. This is a message that he sent to the American people in February.
In making our military once again the most lethal, badass fighting force on the planet.
Now, Hegseth has been very controversial, and there's been a lot of media coverage of him, not because of his insane far-right Christian fascist book, American Crusade, where he says that the U.S. is in a holy war. I mean, that book is so extreme. We'll get to that in a second. But a lot of the media has been more focused on his crusade against DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is all part of the culture war in U.S. politics, which is always trying to distract from the imperialist war that the U.S. is waging against the rest of the world, against China and the global South. And of course, one of the things that the media has been focused on is that Hegseth has been very aggressive in firing women. He's just very cruel. He's firing women officers in the military. He's firing black officers in the military. He's going out of his way basically to say that the U.S. military is for white men. And his whole rhetoric is that we need to be against wokeism and DEI. And he says we need to be a meritocracy. Everything should be about merit. And he's been saying the same message for years. Back when he was on Fox News, he said that the goal of the U.S. military should be based on meritocracy and lethality.
We should only be focused on readiness and meritocracy and lethality.
But what's funny is that while Hegseth is constantly criticizing wokeism and DEI, he himself uses his own kind of conservative version of woke rhetoric. He insists that we should not call U.S. soldiers troops or soldiers. We should call them war fighters.
Ever since I've taken this position, the only thing I care about is doing right by the war fighters, by the troops. In short, we want the biggest, most badass military on the planet, on God's green earth.
And what's also deeply ironic is seeing how this conservative culture war rhetoric is now being used by the defense secretary who's overseeing the U.S. military. In the address that he gave to the American people, he constantly criticized the media, which is so funny because he is from the media.
Now, the legacy media has, of course, a different agenda. You see the same clickbait headlines that I do. Time after time, the media distorts good news stories or often just gets them flat wrong. In many cases, well, in most cases, they have an agenda.
His job was, he was a host on Fox News. The reason that Donald Trump discovered this guy is because he was on Fox News every day.
Senator Roger Wicker says, I want a major move to expand the military-industrial complex. It's just not big enough right now. Even if we were going on a war footing, do you support something like that?
Well, it needs to be focused on, you need a military-industrial complex. There's no doubt about it. You need it focused on the future, not building the stuff of the past. So we've got to change the way it operates.
Now, the other big story is we have managed to do some research, and it is Pete Hegseth's birthday.
Oh, my goodness.
And of course, as the U.S. Defense Secretary, Hegseth has been collaborating very closely with Israel. Again, in his book, American Crusade, he said that God has ordained the United States and Israel to wage a holy war against China, the left, and Islam. Well, immediately after becoming Defense Secretary, Hegseth met with his counterpart from Israel, and he met with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is wanted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. And the Pentagon published a readout that said that Secretary Hegseth, quote, emphasized the unbreakable bond that exists between the United States and Israel. Now, those words were just mild compared to the rhetoric that Hegseth used in his book, American Crusade. He said, quote, if you don't understand why Israel matters and why it is so central to the story of Western civilization, with America being its greatest manifestation, then you don't live in history. America's story is inextricably linked to Judeo-Christian history and the modern state of Israel, end quote. Of course, throughout this book, he argues against secularism. He says the United States is a Christian country and its laws should be based on the Bible. And of course, he sees Israel as the same. And what's funny is in this book, he says, if you want to learn about Israel, you should go check out PragerU on YouTube. I mean, this guy's intellectual capacities are quite low. Now, Elon Musk, the world's richest billionaire oligarch, likes to use this term, the woke mind virus. But in reality, if you read this book, American Crusade, you can see that Pete Hegseth has the culture war mind virus. He spends so many paragraphs ranting about college students. This is a grown man in his 40s. And yet he's constantly ranting about teenagers on college campuses. And he wrote, quote, Israel is enemy number one for both Islamists and international leftists, which is reason alone to love it, end quote. And then he talks about America's college campuses are full of groups pushing the BDS agenda. In this book, Hegseth told his readers that it's time to, quote, put a full-on American crusade into action, end quote. And he said, quote, for us as American crusaders, Israel embodies the soul of our American crusade, the why to our what, faith, family, freedom, and free enterprise. If you love those, learn to love the state of Israel, end quote. Now, of course, it's not surprising to see U.S. officials praise Israel. This is what all major U.S. government officials do. Because, as Netanyahu himself said, Israel is a mighty aircraft carrier of the U.S. empire, or former U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig said that Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the U.S. empire. So this isn't new. But what is especially concerning about Hegseth is that during Trump's first term as president, Hegseth, back when he was a host on Fox News, he went on TV and he called on Trump to wage war against Iran. He said that Trump should bomb Iranian cultural sites, civilian areas in Iran, and rewrite the rules of war to be advantageous to the United States.
None of this, though, changes the calculation of this regime, which is an evil regime. They need to come back limping and begging. I happen to believe that we can't kick the can down the road any longer in trying to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. So what better time than now to say, we're starting the clock. You've got a week. You've got X amount of time before we start taking out your energy production facilities. We take out key infrastructure. We take out your missile sites. We take out nuclear development. We take out popular capabilities. Or, you know, take out a Quds headquarters while you're at it if you want.
But what do you know about these cultural sites? Because we're not supposed to be hitting cultural sites, but I understand, I've been hearing that we believe that the Iranians are hiding missiles and weapons in some of these cultural sites, churches,
of course they do.
Mosques.
This is what Islamists do. Is what they've done on the battlefield against folks like me and my entire generation. Human shields, using mosques, using hospitals, schools. This is what our enemies do. If we're going to fight to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, this regime, then we need to rewrite the rules that are advantageous to us.
This is very, very troubling because in the Israeli regime, there are a lot of far-right extremists, fanatics, who are chomping at the bit to wage war against Iran. And with people like Pete Hegseth overseeing the Pentagon and other war hawks and neocons in the Trump administration, like the neoconservative Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the neocon National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, there's a very real possibility that Israel could start a war against Iran with U.S. support, of course. The Trump administration would back them. And they've already been waging war against Gaza, ethnically cleansing Gaza. Trump said he wants to take over and colonize Gaza.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it.
Israel's been waging war against Lebanon, been waging war against Syria. The U.S. has also been helping Israel to bomb Syria. They've bombed Iraq. Iran is their ultimate target. And with people like Hegseth in charge, Israel is absolutely going to get a green light. So for more context, who is this guy, Pete Hegseth? I mean, I already talked about how he was a host on Fox News, which is how Trump discovered him. That was his main job qualification for Trump. But Pete Hegseth has been politically involved in the Republican Party for many years, and he has tried to rebrand himself as a so-called populist, which is very cynical because this guy comes from a very elite background. He studied at Princeton University, and then he did a master's at Harvard's Kennedy School, which is the elite bastion of the political class. It's trained a who's who of global elites.
Look at this. Harvard University.
Oh, dear.
Now, if you look at the shields, on the diploma.
Is your mom going to be mad?
Very mad. I don't think my wife's going to like this either. And then I think we finish it off by saying return to sender right here, and then I'll just sign it for good. For good.
You know what I say, Pete? One down, one to go. Andrew, will you grab that Princeton diploma?
Oh, no, not yet.
We're going to do it. We're going to go all the way.
People will say, this is just a stunt. You still have a degree, and that's fine. I went. I got the degree. I walked the classes out of that. But I hope this is a statement.
And after Hegseth graduated from Princeton, what was his job? He worked on Wall Street. He was a stock market analyst for Bear Stearns, which was the investment bank and financial services company that collapsed in the 2008 financial crisis. So this guy is not a representative of the humble American working class. I mean, again, his elite resume includes Princeton, Harvard, and Wall Street. And then when he first got involved in politics, he was an extreme neocon. I mean, he was just a card-carrying, cookie-cutter neocon. In fact, Hegseth ran for the U.S. Senate in 2012, and he was supported by some of the most notorious neoconservative warmongers like Bill Kristol. I mean, one of the original neocons who strongly supported the illegal US invasion of Iraq. And in fact, Hegseth was such a strong supporter of Bush in the Iraq War that he volunteered to get sent to Iraq as a soldier in the US Army, and he fought in the Iraq War. And after he joined the US Army, Hegseth was sent for a year to Guantanamo Bay, the US internment camp where people were tortured. I mean, some of the most brutal forms of torture you can imagine. This is very well documented. People were being tortured under the Bush administration while Hegseth was serving there with the US military in Guantanamo while he was there. And Hegseth has been totally supportive of the US military's policy in Guantanamo. In fact, in February of 2025, he visited the US internment camp in Guantanamo Bay and did a photo op posing with US soldiers. This is illegally occupied Cuban territory, by the way. The Cuban government has said for decades that the US government has to give this territory back to Cuba, but the US continues to occupy it. And the Trump administration is even deporting undocumented immigrants to this internment camp in Guantanamo just to prove how cruel and vicious he is. And finally, this brings me back to the book American Crusade, published by the current US Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, back in 2020 when he was working as a Fox News host. I already looked at some of the extreme passages in here. I want to look at a few more. Now, this book is nearly 300 pages long, and over half of it is dedicated to fighting against what he calls leftism. That's one of his main enemies, along with China and Islam. And he's in his book, he has chapters dedicated to leftism, globalism, genderism, socialism, secularism, environmentalism, elitism, which is hilarious because he doesn't mention that he went to Princeton and Harvard and worked on Wall Street for an investment bank as a stock analyst. But anyway, and then he has chapters on multiculturalism and Islamism. And his final chapter is titled, Make the Crusade Great Again. On the first page of this book, Hegseth declares a holy war. That is the language he used. He said, quote, "This time in our history calls for an American crusade. Yes, a holy war for the righteous cause of human freedom," end quote. And he mentions the Crusader slogan, Deus vult, which is in Latin, means God wills it. And he notes that this was the rallying cry of the Christian knights during the original Crusades 1,000 years ago as they marched to Jerusalem. So this is why he has the tattoo, Deus vult, on his arm, because he's saying, I'm a crusader. I'm continuing the crusade that was started 1,100 years ago. And for Pete Hegseth, this crusade is not only against Islam. I mean, it is against Islam, but more fundamentally, it's against the political left and against China. And in this book, in the first page, he basically says that there's going to be a civil war. He said, quote, "The other side, the left, is not our friend. We are not esteemed colleagues, nor mere political opponents. We are foes. Either we win or they win. We agree on nothing else," end quote. And then later he said, quote, "Our future existence as sons and daughters of freedom requires the satisfaction of a single paramount objective, the categorical defeat of the left. America cannot and will not survive otherwise," end quote. I mean, this guy really is a Christian fascist. He is a representative of the US version of the Taliban. On the second page of this book, Hegseth declares that the United States is the greatest country ever made in human history. And he says you can never say anything bad about the United States. He denies all of the horrific crimes committed by the United States. And he said, quote, "We should never, ever apologize for her. If you don't agree with that statement, at best, you are utterly ignorant of human history. At worst, you are a willing enemy of freedom and America," end quote. I mean, this is just fascism. He's saying, if you don't support the United States 100%, if you criticize the United States, you are an enemy and we are at war with you. This is the way he sees the world. And not only other countries. I mean, If you're a Muslim, if you're Chinese, he sees you as a major enemy. But also, if you are an American on the left, a left-wing person, he also sees you as the enemy. He wrote, quote, Donald Trump's Red Hat Rebellion demonstrates that unapologetically going on offense is the only tenable strategy for the defense of our republic. Surrounded by the left, with the odds stacked against us, only a crusade will do, end quote. Now, in this book, Hegseth repeatedly talks about an impending civil war in the United States. He really says that there's going to be a civil war between the right and the left. And he predicted that it would happen after the 2020 election if Trump lost. Now, newsflash, Donald Trump did lose the 2020 election. Joe Biden, the Democrat, won. But in this book, which was published before the 2020 election, Hegseth predicted that if the Democrats won, then globalism and genderism and socialism and secularism would win. He said leftism will enslave us as with all big government until it's enslaved by Islamism. And then he said communist China will rise and rule the globe. He continued saying Islamists will get nuclear weapons and seek to wipe America and Israel off the map. And then he said, I'm quoting, yes, there will be some form of civil war. It's a horrific scenario that nobody wants, but would be difficult to avoid. Now, obviously that didn't happen, but that's what he fantasizes about. Now, also in this book, Hegseth wrote that, quote, we need to mock, humiliate, intimidate, and crush our leftist opponents, end quote. This is the guy who's now running the US military. And then he said that in order to be a true American, you have to support free markets and you have to support a large, strong military. And he said, quote, leftists have surrounded traditional American patriots on all sides, ready to close in for the kill, killing our founders, killing our flag, killing capitalism. The only option for survival in a near ambush is to charge, to close with and destroy the enemy. He said, now, while President Trump gives us cover fire, is our moment to reload, fix bayonets, and charge toward the enemy. Attack. And then he adds, oh, did I trigger you, bedwetters? But I mean, he spends so much of this book talking about a civil war. And then he's like, well, I'm not calling for violence, but he's saying there is going to be a civil war against the left and we're going to crush them. But I'm not calling for violence. It's part of the same old tactic that far-right extremists always use, where they say, well, of course I'm not calling for violence right after they call for violence. Now, I want to also briefly look at another chapter in this book, which is dedicated to fighting secularism. And what's funny is he begins this chapter praising Kanye West, and Hegseth portrayed Kanye West as a hero, a great symbol of a good Christian in the United States. Now, he published this book in 2020. So right after he published this book, Kanye West came out as a huge fan of Hitler. He's repeatedly defended Adolf Hitler. So this is the great hero that Pete Hegseth says is a model for American Christians, is the Hitler admirer Kanye West. But in this chapter, Hegseth makes it clear that he wants the United States to be a theocracy. He thinks that the U.S. is a Christian country. Its laws should be based on the Bible. He wrote, quote, we must fight back against the evil forces of secularism, end quote. He said, quote, our founders would be disgusted with the secularist America of today, end quote, which is actually deeply ironic. It's also just historically false because, yes, there were some founding fathers in the United States who were religious, but there were also people like Thomas Jefferson who were not atheists, but they were deists. They did not believe in a God, a personalized God who actually responds to prayers. They believed deeply in humanity. They were humanists. So, I mean, there's even something called the Jeffersonian Bible, where he took all of the religious parts out of the Bible and treated the Bible as a kind of secular text, you know, teaching people good morality. So this is just a completely false representation of U.S. history. But of course, Hegseth argues that President Trump is a symbol of theocracy who's fighting against secularism, which is also so funny because everyone knows that Trump is not religious. I mean, he says he's a Christian, but then he's been asked in interviews, like, what's your favorite part of the Bible? And Trump says, all of it's my favorite. I mean, because everyone knows Trump doesn't read the Bible.
You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are.
Well,
and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. When I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
No,
you like.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible.
So it's so funny seeing these extreme fundamentalists like Hegseth portraying Trump as someone who's, quote, stemming the tide of secularism. He unabashedly supports faith and fights back against the secular currents long at work in American society. He has inspired crusaders, is what Hegseth wrote. I mean, this guy is crazy. And I want to look at one other chapter in this book in which Pete Hegseth fearmongers about Islam. Now, there are nearly 2 billion Muslims on earth. About 1/4 of the world population is Muslim. And yet in this chapter, he makes it clear that he not only sees Islamists, but Muslims as a threat. And what is the difference for people who don't know? So Islam is a religion, obviously. A Muslim is someone who practices the religion, like a Christian practices Christianity. Islamism is a political movement that argues that Islam should be the basis for the political system, right? So a Christian theocrat like Pete Hegseth believes that Christianity should be the basis for the political system. He's against secularism. There are a lot of Muslims who also believe in a secular political system. There are a lot of Muslims in the United States who are U.S. citizens, and they're fine with the secular U.S. political system. But Hegseth says no. He argues that all Muslims are actually Islamists, and he argues that even if Muslims seem like good people, they still are trying to take over the world. I mean, this is his insane Islamophobic worldview. He says, quote, regular Muslims like him, he's talking about a friend, regular Muslims believe that Islam's destiny is to control the world, end quote. Later on, he argues that there is really no distinction between being a Muslim and an Islamist. Even if someone says that they're a Muslim and not an Islamist, he argues that there's no difference. And he says that Islamism is the most dangerous ism in the world, and it only seeks war, that you cannot have peaceful coexistence. He even puts the word moderate in scare quotes and peaceful in scare quotes when he talks about moderate mosques and peaceful Muslims, making it clear that he does not think it's possible for a Muslim to be moderate and peaceful. And then he wrote in this chapter, quote, next to the communist Chinese and their global ambitions, Islamism is the most dangerous threat to freedom in the world. It cannot be negotiated with, coexisted with, or understood. It must be exposed, marginalized, and crushed. Just like the Christian crusaders who pushed back against the Muslim hordes in the 12th century, American crusaders will need to muster the same courage against Islamists today, end quote. This is insane. So in this chapter, this guy who is now the leader of the Pentagon, the defense secretary, overseeing the U.S. military, he's arguing that there's no such thing as moderate Muslims and peaceful Muslims, that all Muslims are actually Islamists. There are 2 billion, nearly 2 billion Muslims in the world, 1/4 of the world population. He's saying that you cannot exist with these people, that the U.S. needs to be on a crusade and a holy war against 2 billion people. This is so crazy. And especially with Israel at war with Palestine, at war with Lebanon, at war with Syria, at war with Iraq, and threatening war on Iran. And with this guy leading the Pentagon, this is very, very troubling. Now, the last thing that I'm going to mention today is a hilarious section in this book in which Pete Hegseth acknowledges that his views are so extreme. I mean, this guy is a fundamentalist Christian fascist. His views are so extreme that, as he wrote, quote, in this cause, I've lost friends, many. Some members of my extended family have no interest in speaking with me, and the feeling is mutual. People I used to admire send me nasty letters and emails telling me what a terrible person I am, end quote. So this is the guy leading the US military, a man who is so extreme, his views are so fanatical that he admits in his book that he's lost many friends and family members refuse to talk to him because he's such a weirdo who's obsessed with the culture war, and he calls himself a crusader, and he has crusade tattoos, multiple crusader tattoos, and he says that we need to wage a holy war against China, the left, and Islam. This is the guy Donald Trump chose to be the US Defense Secretary. We are in a very dangerous moment, and if there's a war with Iran or even a war with China, unfortunately, it would not surprise me, especially with these fanatics, not only like Pete Hegseth, but also the neoconservative warmonger Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, or the other neocon, Mike Waltz, as National Security Advisor. You know, Trump and his supporters have portrayed themselves as populists, and they've sometimes cynically claimed that they're resisting the neocons, but in reality, Trump has chosen mouth-foaming neocons to run his foreign policy. And if you want to get more information about what's actually happening in U.S. foreign policy, please like and subscribe. Please follow our work here at Geopolitical Economy Report. I am Ben Norton. I am the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank everyone for joining me today.
Coffee. Follow me.